So again, welcome everybody. To start with, I'd like to introduce some of our guests that we have with us here today. First off, we have International Director Mark Lyon and his wife, Lynn.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us.
We have Council Chair Brian Thies and his wife, Rose. District Governor Anna Wickenhauser and her husband, Monkey Don, somewhere. District Governor David Jansen and his wife, Lois from 5M3, Louise, sorry. District Governor Peter Lendway from 5M7. District Governor Shirley Koroniak and her husband, Alan from 5M10. District Governor Kevin Rich and his wife, Sheila from 5M11. District Governor Les Swift and his wife, Terry from 5M9. We have past Council Chair Earl Orvik and his wife, Lion Jane. We have Executive Secretary Cindy Walters joining us on Facebook. I don't think she logged into the meeting, but she is following us on Facebook Live. Immediate past District Governor Dale Lipke and his wife, Joanne. Past District Governor Jack Craig and his wife, Lion Sue. Past District Governor Stan Nierhaugen and his wife, Lion Ruth. Past District Governor Claire Morotek and his wife, Carol. Past District Governor Dean Swanson and his wife, Lion Grace. Past District Governor Barb Ernster and her husband, Lion Mark, we're going to follow on Facebook today. Past District Governor Gloria Doctor and past District Governor Vern Doctor. Past District Governor David Lachel and his wife, Lion Linda. Past District Governor Dudley Parsons, who I think you'll notice has my name on his login because he had to use my link to get in. Past District Governor Nadine Lundy and her husband, Zone Chair Lion Mike. Past District Governor Roy Larson. Past District Governor and Global Service Team Coordinator, Lion Julie Carbloom. We have past District Governor Cheryl McKittrick from north of the border joining us as well today. Thank you, Cheryl. We have first Vice District Governor Kerry Bean and his wife, Pat. There you are. We also have first Vice District Governor Paul Williams for 5M6, who is joining us on Facebook. First Vice District Governor Jamie Hooten from 5M9 is with us as well. And first Vice District Governor Sue Winter and her husband, past District Governor Larry, are joining us. Second Vice District Governor Susan Altoff. And second Vice District Governor Scott Rolfe from 5M9 was also going to join today. We also have District GLT Coordinator Lion Tim Ritchie with us today. And last but not least, myself, I'm District Governor Matt Hugenvik. And my wife is not with us today because she had to work. And when we weren't going to be in person, she didn't mark this day to be off. So unfortunately, she got called into the day shift today. So if I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but you know, when we registered this way, it's a little bit harder to see people than when you're in the room and you can just see them out of the corner of your eye. So with that, we'll go ahead and get into the Pledge of Allegiance. Lion Carey, do you want to take us away? And I'm going to share the screen so we see the room and you can just see them out of the corner of your eye. So with that, we'll go ahead and get into the Pledge of Allegiance. Lion Carey, do you want? And that's going to echo as soon as I share it. So we'll pretend that we see the. Go ahead, Carey. Unmute yourself.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all. And Lion Susan, the invocation, please.
Be with us today as we convene in a new venue as District Lions to honor those faithful Lions we have lost this past year, to attend to business that runs our organization, give special recognition to some Lions that have gone beyond, above and beyond, hear from messages that will generate us to think about them and maybe act, and pledge funds to worthwhile causes. Thank you, Lord, for this group of Lions and your continued walking with them and their service to others.
All right. Wonderful. Next, I'm going to try to share this again and see if we can get this to work without the audio always interrupting us. All right, next we'll move on to special recognition. Immediate past District Governor Dale Lipke, you have a couple of awards to present.
Yes, I do. And this is I'm speaking to Casey right now. Casey, as you know, we had scheduled you to be a speaker at last year's District 5M1 convention in January. Unfortunately, your life got in your way, and we totally understand. However, as I had promised, we held a silent auction at the convention and raised just over $1,400. All of that money was donated to the Minnesota Lions Childhood Cancer Foundation in your name. The foundation provides a Believe Award for donations in excess of $1,000. And so at this time, I am honored to present this award to you. Can everyone see this? Maybe if I hold it up again.
That's fantastic. I want to thank you guys for raising that money. That means a lot to me, and I appreciate the award. So thank you guys again for that, and I'm excited to share my story with you all today.
Okay, and also after the meeting, we'll get the logistics figured out how to get the award to you. Now, in addition to the Minnesota Lions Childhood Cancer Believe Award, because of your outstanding commitment to educate others about childhood cancer and to unselfishly serve as an ambassador to this cause, we, the Lions of District 5M1, would like to honor you with our own award. The district has donated over $1,000 to the Lions Clubs International Foundation, commonly referred to as LCIF. And as such, we are allowed to designate a Melvin Jones Fellowship to a club, a business, or an individual as we choose. Casey, it is an honor and a privilege to present to you a Melvin Jones Fellowship. We believe you are a Lion at heart. You just haven't found a club yet. And just as an FYI, with the COVID, many clubs have adopted to holding virtual meetings such as this one, including the Byron Lions Club that I belong to. So if you are interested, let me know. I can send you an application and would be glad to be your sponsor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, excellent. Casey, we don't know if you wanted to take a couple of minutes just to share with everybody your story a little bit, but if you don't feel up to it, that's totally fine too. We just want to make sure you got the recognition that we were trying to plan for last year. So,
yeah, I would love to. I'd love to share my story real quickly and then kind of tell you guys what I'm working on right now, because I'm excited about what I'm working on right now. So, for those of you who maybe don't recognize me or don't know much about my story, I'm a 5-time cancer survivor, and I'll take it from the top. So growing up, my sports were really my thing. You know, I usually was going from one practice to the next. I played football, hockey, baseball, lacrosse, track and field, you name it. I was trying to play it. I just love playing sports, and I love competing with people. And as a freshman in high school, I was playing quarterback for my freshman football team at Cretin-Derham Hall in St. Paul. And football was my favorite sport, and I really wanted to be a varsity quarterback in high school. I didn't really have any plans after that in terms of playing college football or playing a college sport, but I really just wanted to play varsity football. And I was a freshman going through my freshman year playing on the freshman A team. And when I was dropping back to pass, I started to feel this pain in my left knee. And it kept on getting worse and worse to the point where I was on crutches during the school day, and then I would be off the crutches to practice, and then I would have the crutches like waiting for me as I got off the practice field, and be on crutches the rest of the night so that I wouldn't have to put weight on that leg. And it kept on getting worse and worse to the point where I couldn't even practice on it. And my parents took me to different knee specialists and different doctors, and no one could really figure out what was wrong and why I wasn't getting any better. And had one doctor say, "Hey, just go get an MRI in it, just that we can rule some things out." And ended up getting an MRI about 2 weeks before Christmas back in 2013, and they found a tumor the size of a softball right on the inside of my left knee. And so right then and there, I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, which is a really rare form of bone cancer, and the prognosis is not very good. They say right now that the treatment plan is in 1980 for when it should be in 2020. You know, they haven't come along very far, and that's largely due to the fact that it's a rare cancer and it doesn't get the spotlight and the dollars that it needs to fund these new trials and these new treatments. So that's part of what I'm working on, but we'll get to that later. So I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma. I had a port put into my chest and started doing chemotherapy 2 times, or I would be in for 2 weeks. So my treatment plan would be, I'd be 5 days in the hospital overnight, hooked up to chemo through my chest, and then I'd have a week off to relax and recover. And this was a lot to take in as a 13-year-old. You know, I knew that cancer was in the world. I knew that it happened in adults, but I had no idea that kids could get something like that and that it could be really, really dangerous. And my first question when I was diagnosed is, okay, well, when can I play football again? And the doctor looked at me and said, right now, we're just trying to save your leg. Because if I was diagnosed 2 years earlier, it would have been an amputee from my knee down. They would have just taken it right off just because the treatment plan is not great and they're worried about it spreading so bad that they just want to get it out of you. So I was lucky enough to where they were able to replace my knee. They didn't have to amputate it, but that came a little bit further in my treatment plan. So I got that port put in my chest and started with chemotherapy every 2 weeks, and then I'd have a third week to rest. Was going through that, and then had my big knee surgery. And this was where they fully replaced my knee. They took that tumor out, put a metal rod in my tibia, put a metal rod in my femur, and they took out that cancer and they said, it's 99% dead. You know, you had a great response to chemo, and this is all we could ask for. You're in a really good spot. So my family and I, we threw a big party after that. We were like, man, this is great news. This thing's only 0.1% alive. You know, there's no way that it could do anything else to us after that. So, you know, they do a little bit more maintenance chemo after that. And I finished that up and headed into my sophomore year of high school cancer free. And so I wasn't playing any sports at that time. I was kind of getting my life back on track. And I had my 3-month scan. That was clear. Had my 6-month scan in about January of my sophomore year of high school. And they looked at it and they said, yeah, there's something that looks a little funny here. There's a little spot here that we think it's just, you know, your lungs just kind of taking the chemo and everything, kind of getting it out of your body. You know, we think it might be a little mucus or something like that. And then they said, we'll scan it again in a month. So they looked at it again in a month, and I had tumors in both of my lungs. And with osteosarcoma, the first place it spreads to is your lungs. So when they looked at it and they saw tumors in both sides, you know, they were pretty worried. They knew that this was going to be an uphill battle, and this was a serious situation. So the day after I had that scan, I went in and I had a 5-hour lung surgery on my right lung. They took out 2 spots that they could get to, and then I had a port put back in and started on chemo again. And at that point, you know, I was late in my sophomore year of high school, going into my sophomore year of summer. At that point, I was pretty fed up with cancer and everything. And that was when I looked at the doctors and I really told them, you know, it's about time that I take my life back. You know, cancer's taken a lot from me, and it's time for me to take my life back. So I told them that I was going to play football. And I talked about it with my dad, and we kind of came to the idea that I could either be a punter or I could be a placeholder. and I can't kick anything. I can't kick a rock. So figured I had to be a placeholder. So started practicing and learning how to be a placeholder for the kickers, and came into my junior year of high school and was still going through chemo, still had a port in my chest, but wanted to play varsity football. So in August of my junior year of high school, played in my first varsity football game, held all 3 extra points in a win. We won like 21-12 or something like that. And I checked into the hospital for chemo the next morning. So that was kind of the start of my football story, of me getting myself back into football and figuring out a way to go play. And from there, I played through my junior year of high school while going through chemo. I would be in the hospital for a week, and then I would have 2 weeks to rest, because this was a little bit tougher chemo on your body. And in those 2 weeks that I was supposed to be resting, I'd go practice and play on those Friday nights, because I wanted to be around my teammates and I wanted to play football. So having football to look forward to is something that's always pushed me through my battles of cancer. And since then, I've got to the U of M. I was lucky enough to get the chance to walk on at the U of M. Have had a couple recurrences in my lungs where things have come back, and I've had to do different types of chemo, found a couple different immunotherapy trials that we've done that we've had some success with back and forth, and actually just had scans on Monday that were completely cancer free. So right now I'm 9 months cancer free and looking to keep that rolling. But I wanted to just share with you something that I've been working on that I know you guys would be excited about, and a lot of people in the state have helped me do some of these things. So I wanted to share with you guys. So recently I just graduated college here. Graduated from the Carlson School of Management in 3.5 years. I'm proud that I graduated 1 semester early while going through cancer 3 times in college. It's school has been important to me, and I wanted to keep that in the forefront. So to be able to graduate in 3.5 was just a special honor for me. But what I'm working on right now, I just finished my senior year of football, and I've moved on now I'm going to start doing some financial planning. The reason I wanted to do this is because it allows me to continue to help people. And that's something that's really important to me, is being able to go out and help people. And maybe I can set them up to retire a little bit earlier, or I can help them set their kids up to go to college, or whatever it is. I can use my degree to help people. But that's what I'm going to do in the professional side of things. But what I'm working on as kind of my passion is I want to raise $1 million to rename the 9th floor of the Masonic Children's Hospital, where I've done all my treatments and my chemotherapies. Right now, it's just called the Infusion Clinic, and I want to raise $1 million and rename it the Casey O'Brien Infusion Clinic. And one of the things that we're going to do, we're going to redo the whole floor and redo all those rooms for those kids, because it's kind of dark and drab in there. I've spent a lot of time up there, so I can be the first to tell you. And we're going to sit down with kids and ask them what they want to see and what they want to have in their rooms for when they're in here getting chemo or getting the treatment. So we're going to redo that floor. And then one thing that I want to have is I want to have one of my jerseys hanging up right when they walk off that elevator, so that when they see one of my jerseys, they can say, oh yeah, he did it. So whatever my dream is, I can go do that too. No matter what I'm facing, I can go accomplish my dream too, because he showed me I can do it. So that's what I'm working on right now. I really appreciate you guys raising money to fight children's cancer, because it's something that's very near and dear to my heart, and cancer's touched all of us one way or the other. So I thank you guys for doing that, and also thank you for the awards. I don't take anything in life for granted, and I appreciate you guys acknowledging me and acknowledging some of the work that I'm doing. But I know that you guys are doing great work too. So thank you all, and thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much, Casey, for coming on here today and sharing your story with us. Like Lion Dale said, you're a lion. You just haven't found a club yet. You just don't know it yet. And I think I can speak for probably all of us when I say that if you need help with finding ways to help raise funds for that, I'm sure there's plenty of Lions clubs around here that would be more than willing to help partner with you to make that goal something that's achievable. So
yeah, I would love to. Hopefully, once things open up a little bit, I can come out and meet some of you guys in person and maybe talk a little bit longer in person. But I'm definitely want to come out there and see some more chapters and see some more groups and get to know you guys in person a little bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Casey. I know you have a flight to catch here later this afternoon, so we wish you a safe journey, and thank you again so much for coming and sharing your story with us here this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys, and I appreciate the work that you're doing and appreciate the awards as well. Have a great morning, everybody, and stay safe and have a great 2021.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on in our agenda here this morning. And I'm hoping that this is going to work without the weird reverb that we were getting from previous things, because I kind of need the audio to work for this. So we'll go ahead and give it a try, and hopefully it works. Hoping that this is going to work without the weird reverb that we, and it's not. All right. Worked fine when nobody else was on the call. All right. Well,
Make sure that everybody is muted again.
yeah, they were. It doesn't like to share.
The other thing that you might want to do, I've had a little practice with this, is you might have to turn your microphone or your speakers way down, because your computer might be actually picking up what you're playing and sending it back through the microphone. That could be it.
Well, they're
Right.
actually off completely, which is the weird thing. When I'm sharing from a completely separate computer with no microphone option.
When I present, I actually have to just hit the mute button, the physical one right on my laptop.
Yeah. Well, we'll go ahead and try it again here and see what happens. Welcome to the District 5M1 Memorial Service. Please join me in a moment of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for enabling us to gather here today. So now it's repeating itself. All right. Well. Try something else quick.
District Governor Matt, this is Gail
Yes.
from Lewiston. I don't hear the reverb that you're talking about.
You guys didn't either?
No.
Because I hear like it about a 30-second loop where it keeps repeating itself over the top of what's playing.
I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it too.
I can't hear it.
Weird.
Maybe you could just read the names, Matt.
Well, I'm going to try to shift to the other computer here really quick. Bear with me for a second. This is what happens, I guess, when you test with only 2 people on. You need more than 2 people to really exercise the system. All right. Let's do this.
Matt, when you go to share, do you go to the advanced setting?
Yes, everything is set the way it always has worked before, and it's not working for whatever
Oh,
reason
that's
now.
too bad, because I've done it with our Lions Club, and we get 20, 25 of us on there. It works pretty good.
Yep. I'm also wondering if it has something to do with the fact that we have like 4 people logged in with my link on Zoom, if there's some weird thing happening there.
Lion Spitzer shared that if you wanted to change your name, you could right click on it and they could change the name to themselves. Maybe that would help.
Yeah, you never know. It's the fact that they're on the same link, I think, would be the issue, but we'll see. I'm trying to switch over here to the other computer. It's loading. Okay, and actually that didn't work either. All right. Well, let's take a couple minutes. I need to turn this off and start over.
Well, I changed my name, Matt. I don't know if that'll help.
Yeah, I don't know if it will either. Copy. All right, it's copied to the other computer. It'll be a second. We'll see if that helps at all. Just strange. Well, you guys can unmute and just discuss amongst yourselves for a minute. It's 15% share changed. So
Well, I know who's gonna do it for me, Matt.
yeah, I don't know. It's really weird because it didn't do this at all when Jim and I were on yesterday and everything worked just fine. The exact same setup as we're doing now, but there was only 2 of us on. So
Well, if it's gonna work, you're gonna get it to work. I fully think so. Got all the confidence in the world in you.
well, I don't want to make you guys sit here for 40 minutes while I fix it either. So this will work, I'm pretty sure, but unfortunately the file, because it's a recorded video, is a little bit large and it has to send from one computer to the other on the network. So
Would it be possible that we could get a report while we're waiting from one of the committees?
well, the problem with that really is we would have to start the business meeting to get into that, and then that means we have to complete the business meeting.
Okay.
And some of the stuff is on the same presentation because I put everything together in one presentation. So now let's see somebody else. Yeah, that's true. Let me see. I don't know if I do or not. Could be. Here, let's try this. Somebody just sent an idea. I bet they're probably right. All right, we'll try again. If it gives me the button. Come on. Cancel. Share. All right. Let's see if I get it now. Welcome to the District 5M1 Memorial. Welcome. Welcome to the District 5M1 Memorial Service. Please join me in a moment of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for enabling us to gather here today so that we can celebrate these lives well lived. These lions we memorialize here today lived by our motto, we serve, and did so to the fullest. Never looking for recognition or praise, but only to help their community and those living in it, if for no other reason than because it was the right thing to do. We stand here today weakened by the pain of grief as we mourn for the loss of family and friends. Comfort us knowing that having completed their journeys as good and faithful servants, they are now surely sharing in their master's happiness. Deliver us from our sorrow by helping us to keep in our own hearts the memory of those departed. Renew us with a sense of hope, knowing that this is not goodbye, but until we meet again. In your name we pray. Amen. The following members of the Lions Club have passed away since this time last year. We celebrate their lives with us and know that even as they gave of themselves, serving the greater good, united in kindness and diversity during their lifetime, they continue to be a part of us. Lion A. James Schrader, Adams Lions Club. Lion Art Gemble, Austin Lions Club. Lion Edwin Ferkested, Caledonia Lions Club. Lion Larry Getzinger, Caledonia Lions Club. Lion Vernon Inglet, Caledonia Lions Club. Lion James Hammer, Cannon Falls Lions Club. Lion Richard Samuelson, Cannon Falls Lions Club. Lion Paul Walsh, Chatfield Lions Club. Lion Merrill Dieters, Eitzen Lions Club. Lion Lyle Amundsen, Goodhue Lions Club. Lion Charles Nord, Goodhue Lions Club. Lion Lowell Peterson, Goodhue Lions Club. Lion Todd Himley, Harmony Lions Club. Lion Richard Scrabeck, Harmony Lions Club. Lion Ed Giblin, Hoka Lions Club. Past Council Chair James Morcom, Houston Lions Club. Lion Richard Rasmussen, Lewiston Lions Club. Lion Thomas Wirt, Lewiston Lions Club. Lion Lorraine Vettel, Pine Island Lions Club. Lion Wes Glover, Racine Lions Club. Lion John Madigan, Red Wing Lions Club. Lion Virgil Mihas, Rushford Lions Club. Lion Laverne Hillisland, Stewartville Lions Club. Lion Lenora Del Janes, Stewartville Morning Lions Club. Lion Debbie Moss, Winona Rivertown Lions Club. Lion Jim Krademacher, Winona Sunset Lions Club. All right, thank you, everybody. Thanks for bearing with the technical difficulties. As true Lions, you know, we serve, and sometimes that means helping each other out. And whoever it was that texted me to see if my Facebook account was still open that was doing the live stream, that seems to be what the problem was. It was the Facebook live feed is, you know, a couple seconds delayed from the actual audio. So that's why it kept cycling back through like that. So it seems to be okay. Everybody else hearing okay now, it looks like. All right, we'll continue on then with the presentation here this morning. Next on the agenda is our honors breakfast recognition. Typically, we would have had a Saturday morning breakfast kickoff where folks who have received foundation awards, the Hall of Fame Al Jensen awards, would have been invited to the kickoff breakfast Saturday morning without a fee. And those winners will carry over for next year. We didn't want to have to wait a year to recognize those folks and the achievements of the awards that they have received. So we'll go through those here this morning quick. All right. So Melvin Jones Fellowships, we had quite a few this year. Richard Baditsky from Cannon Falls, Rick Buck from Goodhue, Lou Amon from Harmony, Raleigh Neisted from Casson Manorville, Eldon Swally from Lewiston, Michael Hayter from Pine Island, Dan Schmitz from Plainview, Thomas Muller from Red Wing, Lance Schuster from the Rochester Morning Pride, Sharon Menke from the Stewartville Morning Lions, Robert Dorer from Winona. That was a progressive award. And as we saw a few minutes ago, future Lion Casey O'Brien was given the award from District 5M1. From our Minnesota Lions Vision Foundation, Helen Keller Award recipients this year were Galen Johnson from Dodge Center, Rose Harris from Caston Manorville, Carl Biclar from Preston, Ken Stager from Preston, Larry Bale from Red Wing, Linda Latechel from the Rochester 76 Lions, Carol Cole, Leonard Griffith, and Janet Speltz, all from the Stewartville Morning Lions. Kathleen McGuire from Winona Rivertown, and Rita Clark was presented an award from her husband, past District Governor Bill Clark. Hearing Foundation Research Fellowships this year, John Meish from Altura, Bill Case from Casson Manorville, Walt Wittenbach from Casson Manorville, and Wanda Barber from the Stewartville Morning Lions. Minnesota Lions Diabetes Foundation Dreamcatcher Awards went to Randy Gartner from the 76 Lions, Roger Kohlmeyer from the Rochester 76 Lions, and Debbie Moeller and Valerie Nelson from the Stewartville Morning Lions. We had our first ever Believe Award from the Minnesota Lions Childhood Cancer Foundation from the district funds raised last year that was presented earlier this morning to Casey O'Brien. And last year, our Hall of Fame recipient was past District Governor Jack Craig. So thank you all for what you do, and for the award winners, thank you especially for the effort that you put into your clubs. We look forward to celebrating with you next year at the kickoff breakfast, hopefully in person. So now I'd like to give everybody a 5-minute intermission before we start the business meeting. I don't know if you're like me, but with the technical difficulties we had, I think I need to go get myself a cup of coffee or something to settle my nerves. And we'll pick back up here in 5 minutes with the business meeting. So I have 9:45. So at 9:50, we will begin the business meeting. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 9:50. We'll go ahead and call to order this business meeting. On the screen, I have sent out previously to everybody who had registered for the convention with the Zoom links, copies of the agenda for the business meeting, and I'll display it here for just a minute or two. And we'll look for a motion and second to accept the agenda as displayed. So if you want to just type in the chat, if you want to make a motion and then a second so that Lion Cindy, the secretary, can see those. All right, we have a motion from Will Spitzer. And do we have a second? And we have a second from Lion Bev Lovin. So all in favor of approving the agenda for the business meeting as written or as displayed, hold up your delegate cards. All right, put them down. And all those opposed, hold up your delegate cards. All right, seeing none, the agenda is approved. First up on the agenda for today then is going to be our committee reports. And I have the committee report on behalf of past District Governor Claire Morotek to read for him for the Rules Committee. So Rule 1 of the convention, all business shall be conducted or dealt with strictly in accordance with the order of business as outlined in the official convention District 5M1 business meeting agenda. Rule number 2, rules of procedure or any derivation thereof shall not be suspended, added to, or amended except by a 2/3 affirmative vote of the certified delegates present at any session. Proposed resolutions may not be read from the floor. All non-operating resolutions must be typewritten and delivered to the chairman of the Resolutions Committee no later than 9 a.m. on Saturday, January 16th, 2021. Rule number 4, regarding speakers, no person exclusive to those who have been assigned set speeches and discussion shall be allowed to speak more than 3 minutes on any one subject without the consent of the convention. The number of speakers on any given topic shall not exceed 3 pros and 3 cons. Rule number 5, regarding the election of district governor, first vice district governor, second vice district governor, 1 nominating speech of no more than 5 minutes and up to 3 seconding speeches of no more than 2 minutes each will be allowed for each candidate. Rule number 6, any Lion may speak at the convention. To be able to speak, they will need to be logged into the Zoom portion of the online convention. Rule number 7, all voting shall be done by certified delegates showing their delegate card or by secret written ballot issued to certified delegates with valid delegate cards. The secret ballot portion of this year's convention was conducted via US mail paper ballots and was done prior to the convention. Rule number 8, all new business shall be considered only at the conclusion of business scheduled for each session. Rule number 9, in the event of a dispute on matters before the convention, the ruling of the parliamentarian shall be final. Rule 10, Robert's Rules of Order, the most recent revision, shall govern the convention except where they conflict with rules 1 through 9. And rule number 11, all Lions who are connected to the Zoom portion of the online convention shall have their microphones on mute to limit background noise. The use of group chat to ask for permission to speak, and you may unmute yourselves when recognized by the chairperson currently in control of the floor. And on behalf of past District Governor Claire, I move the acceptance of the rules for the convention and the Rules Committee report. Do we have a second? In the chat box again. All right, we have a second from Jean Lundak. So we have a motion and a second to approve the rules from the Rules Committee as read. All those in favor signify with your delegate cards. And put them down. And any opposed signify with your delegate cards. All right, seeing none, the rules report is approved. Next, moving up, we have the resolutions committee report. Lion Bruce Klein, you can unmute yourself and present your report.
Yes, can you hear me, Matt?
I can, Bruce. Thank you, sir.
Okay, at this time, there's nothing that's being presented to the for the district for any new resolution motions that I'm aware of.
All right. And you asked to move your report be approved?
I do. I
All right.
ask that it be moved and approved as presented.
All right. Any seconds? All right, Patrick Keene, a second. Thank you, sir. So we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution committee report as read, that there was no resolutions before the business of 5M1 convention at this time. All those in favor signify by holding up your delegate cards. All right, and any opposed, keep your delegate cards up or hold them up. All right, seeing none, we will approve the resolution committee report. Thank you, Lion Bruce. Next, moving right along with the business, we have the credentials committee report. Lion Cindy Bushman, the cabinet secretary.
I, Lion Cindy Bushman, Cabinet Secretary, report that 33 out of the 50 clubs in District 5M1 are represented here today by registering before credentials closed at 9 a.m. There are 116 delegates registered, including 25 past district governors. I hereby move the credentials report be accepted.
All right, thank you, Lion Cindy. Lion Cheryl Nyman, I see a second. So we have a motion second to approve the credentials committee report as read. All those in favor signify with your delegate cards. All right, and put them down. And any opposed signify with your delegate cards. All right, seeing none, the credentials committee report is approved. Next, moving on to Constitution and Bylaws reports. Lion John Augustine.
Matt, he's having a slight issue, but he sees you, but he's trying to get on. He's having a
I
little.
can't talk.
No, not
So-
yet. He will.
John, try talking.
I can hear the background.
He's on my phone. Do you want him to come up or?
So,
Oh, you can just try to have them do it on your phone. That's fine.
okay, so John, you are up next to present. So here, I'm giving the phone back to Carrie.
Just
Okay.
go ahead and present that way, John.
So you want my report now?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I was with the Constitution and bylaws, and at this time there are no changes for this year, and undoubtedly there will be some for next year, and that's pretty much covers what I have to say, I guess. So with that, I would move to approve this report.
All right, do we have a second? And a second in the chat? All right, Lion Bev Lovin seconds. So we have a motion and a second to approve the Constitution bylaws report for this year. There's nothing before the convention this year, but there are potential changes for next year. All those in favor signify with your delegate cards. All right, and then put them down, and any opposed signify with your delegate cards. All right, the Constitution and bylaws report is passed. Thank you, Lion John, for bearing with the technical difficulty and using the phone a friend option. It worked pretty well. Thank you. And then finally, Lion Tim Ritchie will give us the elections committee report.
Hello, this is Lion Tim Ritchie, and I'm reporting for the election committee, which included myself, past district governor Jack Craig, and past district governor Stan Nierhagen. We met virtually as a group, given the current environment, and we have approved three nominations for district governor, vice district governor, and second vice district governor. We verified that they all were qualified for the office and approved them for nominations. For first vice for district governor, it is the nomination is for Carrie Bean. For first vice district governor, we approved the nomination of Susan Altoff, and for second vice district governor, we approve the nomination of Roger Kittleson, and I submit those to the business meeting today. That'll be it.
All right. I've received a second for Roy Larson. I'm assuming, Lion Tim, that you move for the approval of your.
Yes, I do.
Report. All right. And we had past district governor Roy Larson seconded. So we have a motion and a second to approve the elections committee report. As presented, with Carrie Bean being presented for the office of district governor, second vice district governor, Lion Susan Altoff for the office of first vice district governor, and zone chair Lion Roger Kittleson for the office of second vice district governor. All those in favor signify with your delegate cards. All right, and put them down. And any opposed signify with your delegate cards. All right, the ayes or yes delegate cards have it. The elections committee report is completed. So next, we will move on to our old business. And the old business is some proposed changes to the multiple district bylaws that will be coming forward at our multiple convention here in Mankato in a couple of months. And we want everybody who is potentially going to be delegates from our district to be aware of what those changes are so that they can make an informed decision when they vote in favor or against those changes at the upcoming multiple convention. So for your convenience, we have placed on the 5M1 website a link under the MD5M area of the midwinter and other forms page, where you can click and get a report of what the current LCI bylaws are, what the current multiple district 5M bylaws are, and then what the proposed change is for multiple district 5M. So any of you that may be thinking about going to the multiple convention coming up here at the end of October, the end of April, beginning of May, please take time to review that, because if you are a delegate to the convention, you will be asked to vote on those changes. If there's any questions, let me know and we can find other ways to get those to you. We could send them to you directly if you need that, if you can't find it on the website. But we wanted you guys to all be aware of what these changes are so that you can make an informed decision. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Next, we have the MD5M Hall of Fame nominations. So again, being that we're virtual and things happen and people have to work, I have been asked to present the nomination on behalf of the Mazeppa Lions this year for their candidate for the Hall of Fame, past District Governor Dick Whitaker. So the Mazeppa Lions would like to nominate Lion Dick Whitaker for the position of Hall of Fame. This person has been a Lions member for 45 plus years. He has been a district governor during the 2001 and 2002 year. This past district governor is also current secretary of the past district governor board. He is also the current secretary of the Mazeppa Lions Club and always does an awesome job. This nominee has also received the Presidential Leadership Award, and is a Melvin Jones Fellow. Past District Governor Dick has held many offices within the club. He and his wife have been married for 60 years. They have 3 children and 3 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. And he is very proud to be a family man. Lion Dick is a true serving lion. Dick is a person that I can count on now, and he will always be there to guide me during my years as district governor. This was from past District Governor Mike Schultz, by the way. He does a great job guiding the Lions Club to be all that we can and to serve as much as we can. He is always there at meetings and on time and offers ideas to solve problems, not just critiques to what's happening. Lion Dick also likes to bring meals and feed us. Dick was a driving force in helping to get the Zumbrota Lions Club back, and he was the guiding lion to help them get started when they came back to the Zumbrota area. Lion Dick drives at for Three Rivers Community Action Council, driving area cancer patients to doctor appointments. Lion Dick also works with the Veterans Administration, taking veterans to their doctor's appointments. He is also the secretary of the Zumbrota Area Combined Charities for the last 24 years. Dick is a member of the Zumbrota Area Arts Council, where he is responsible for the summer music in the park that he has been doing for the last 8 years. He has been a member of the Zumbrota Lions and is currently a member of the Mazeppa Lions. Lion Dick has chaired the Peace Poster Contest at the Zumbrota Mazeppa High School, and he has chaired the dictionary program there as well. He is always ready to fill Christmas tree bags for local children. He is a big part of the Mazeppa community and the Zumbrota community, and that is why the Mazeppa Lions are proud to nominate past District Governor Dick Whitaker for the position of, or I guess for the honor of being inducted into the MD5M Hall of Fame from District 5M1. So being that we conducted this election ahead of time, I will just go ahead and review our really, like Vanna White, like turning the thing, right? The grand reveal. So past District Governor Dick, you were elected to the Hall of Fame with 90 of the 118 delegates returning their their ballots back to us. Dick, I don't know if you are on here, if you wanted to say a few words. I don't know if I saw you on or not. I do not see him.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
You can hear me.
I can hear you now. Go ahead, sir. You want to say a few words?
Very quickly, I just want to say thank you to everyone. I appreciate it. Not so sure how deserving, but I consider it a real honor. Looking forward to the time when we're through this pandemic and we can get together in person and do our work together. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Lion Dick. All right, next we will move into our elections. Or excuse me, continue with our elections. Next, we have the past District Governor Maurice Brenna Youth Exchange Award. Lion Nadine Lundy, were you here to present the nomination? Nadine, you there? All right. Well, I have a copy just in case. All right. So the Maurice Brenna Award is for youth exchange to promote the International Youth Exchange Program in your community, provide specific examples of how, or excuse me, Lions Carl and Trina Vettel have hosted youth for 4 years. They have hosted 8 girls. Lion Trina has been a part of Camp Spicer staff, and they enjoy it so much. They have also hosted 3 students for the school year 9-month program beyond the summer program. The Vettels would have been hosting now if the pandemic had not stopped the 2020 program from occurring. When hosting is started again, they are going to be on board for more foreign exchange youth to come to their home. The girls they have hosted have been from many different countries. In the Vettel home, you had better love Frisbee disc golf. Carl's truck always carried large totes of Frisbees everywhere he went. I have never seen so many in one place at a time, and Carl knows Frisbee golf courses for miles around. The youth would attend the Pine Island tractor drive if they were still in the country at that time. I don't think that there was many down times when students stayed at the Vettel House. They visited all over Southeast Minnesota. Fellow Lions and friends had Western riding horses as well. And it was always a big hit for those to get to ride the horses. Sometimes there was even a little four-wheeling action on the farm. The Vettel family has a tradition to have youth go up to the bell tower above Pine Island City Hall, and over 100 years, the hand-winding clock still sits. The Vettel family wound the clock as children. They have many photos of each of the youth winding this clock, and they prize the photos to decorate the room where the youth exchange girls are always present. It is on behalf of past District Governor Nadine Lundy that we recommend Carl and Trina Vettel for the Maurice Brenna Youth Exchange Award. So this award was also sent with the secret ballot ahead of time, and Lions Carl and Trina Vettel received 90 votes in favor and none for any other candidates. So they are hereby awarded the Maurice Brenna Youth Exchange Award. All right. Moving right along, we will move on to our main elections for the afternoon. For the office of Second Vice District Governor, giving the nominating speech for Lion Roger Kittleson will be Lion Brian Byer from the Zumbrota Lions Club. Brian is a past president of the club and has known Lion Roger for many years. So Brian, go ahead and unmute yourself and let us hear about why Lion Roger would make such a great second vice district governor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, District Governor Matt. I am Lion Brian from the Zumbrota Lions Club. The Zumbrota Lions Club would like to nominate Lion Roger Kittleson for the office of Second Vice District Governor. Lion Roger grew up in the Goodhue area, graduating from Goodhue High School, then continuing his education at the U of M, graduating with a BS and an MS. Any of you that know Roger probably know he excels at the BS. But he is a very, very nice man. Spending 38 years in the dairy industry, he finally returned to the Goodhue area to his home place and has kept busy being a bus driver and a substitute school teacher. Roger started his life of service in Wisconsin with the Lomira Lions Club. His 17 years with the club, including 2 years as vice president and 2 years as president, included responsibilities for events like the chicken barbecue, the white elephant auction, pancake breakfasts, new member chair, and chair for the first annual Run for Sight fundraiser for Camp Rosholt. After a move to the metro area, Lion Roger transferred to the Hiawatha Lions Club for 4 years before returning to the Goodhue area, where he then transferred to the Zumbrota Lions Club, where he has been a member for the past 3 years. When I asked him why he chose Zumbrota Lions rather than going with the Goodhue Lions, where he already had many friends, he said he felt he could make more of an impact on a smaller club in need of active members. Lion Roger has continued his service by becoming the Zone 6 chair, a position which he currently holds. I believe that is with his outgoing personality and his desire to serve, he will thrive in the position of Second Vice District Governor. Thank you.
Matt, you're on mute.
Thank you. I had it off for a while and I didn't want to have any background noise for Brian. So next we will hear from Lion Ruth Neerhaugen from the Red Wing Lions Club. She will be presenting the seconding speech for Lion Roger Kittleson. She is currently serving her second consecutive term as the club president in Red Wing due to the coronavirus pandemic. She is repeating her position. So we have a pre-recorded video from Lion Ruth.
Good morning, Lions of District 5M1. My name is Ruth Neerhaugen, and I have the honor of seconding the nomination of Roger Kittleson of the proud Zumbrota Lions Club for the office of Second Vice District Governor. Although I have not known Roger for long, it was immediately obvious to me that he is dedicated to the Lions Club International mission of service. His many years as a Lion in various locations testifies to that commitment. Our Red Wing Lions Club got to know Roger as zone chair. This has been especially true during the past year. He made a point of staying in touch with us and keeping us informed about the district situation throughout the coronavirus pandemic, even as we were prevented from holding our region and zone meetings in person. Roger visited a club meeting on one of the few occasions we were able to meet safely, and he introduced us to one of his service passions, mental health. We all hope the pandemic will be under control long before he advances to the office of district governor. But in the meantime, we believe he will do well as part of a 5M1 leadership team that will allow nothing to prevent Lions from fulfilling our mission of service. Thank you, Roger, for stepping up to the challenge.
All right. So that concludes our nominating and seconding speeches for the office of Second Vice District Governor, the candidate Roger Kittleson from the Zumbrota Lions Club. And now typically we would hand out the paper here and do the secret ballot, but because we did this ahead of time with our delegates, I will reveal the results of the election now for each candidate. And then after we go through all three candidates for all three positions, we will follow up with their acceptance speeches at the end. So drum roll, please. Congratulations, Second Vice District Governor-elect Roger Kittleson received 90 votes. So congratulations, Second Vice District Governor-elect Roger. I look forward to working with you in the years to come. And you absolutely, like Ruth said, will be a great asset to the leadership team here in 5M1. Next, we will move on to our first Vice District Governor election for Lion candidate, Second Vice District Governor Susan Althoff. Presenting the nomination today will be past District Governor Jack Craig. Jack Craig has been a stranger to none of us at the district level. Jack has been president of the Winona Noon Club, I believe 3 times maybe or more. Most recently, more. Most recently, chairing the 3 clubs in Winona to complete the Every Childhood's Dream playground in the Winona area by the bandshell at Lake Park. If you have a chance to go down and check it out, it is now complete and it is pretty fantastic. They just started, I believe, fundraising for the second phase of the project, which will include some picnic shelters and things like that. So thank you, Lion Jack, for all that you do. And here is, do you want me to play the speech as we record it, or do you want to do it live?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't I stumble through it live?
Sure.
Okay, it is my honor to place the name of Second Vice District Governor Susan Althoff in nomination for the office of First Vice District Governor. I've known Lion Susan since 1995 and have seen her never tiring involvement in Lion and community activity. He is involved in numerous activities both within and outside of Lions. Her Lion life began in the Winona Rivertown Lioness Club that later evolved into the Winona Rivertown Lions. Later on, she, along with Lion Rosie, started the Winona Sunup Lions, which was a branch of the Winona Noon Lions. I was Noon Lion president at that time and thus served as the branch liaison. On the district level, she has served as district secretary 2 years, USA Canada Leadership Forum, Youth Exchange for 2 years, co-chair of leadership team 2 years, and served as zone chair. Second Vice District Governor Susan and I served on the district cabinet together for years and carpooled to many of the meetings. During those trips to meetings, we discussed our desire to someday becoming district governors. Lyons Susan was very capable of being a district governor 20 years ago. When I became district governor, I kept encouraging her to step forward. And she said because of health issues, that may be out of the picture. She was unable to continue as a Lion and left her club. She did not cease her activities within the community, however. Her service earned her the honor of Outstanding Woman of the Year, and I was honored to be invited to see her receive her award. As years passed, Susan moved to Lewiston and joined the Lewiston Lions. Knowing what a dynamic lady she was, I encouraged her selection for zone chair, and she was an absolutely super zone chair. Any of you Lions who know me are aware that I played a part in the recruitment of at least 10 Lions to be district governors since my term as governor in 2006, 2007. And you can see where this is going, can't you? Well, here we are. Second Vice District Governor Susan is a very driven, enthusiastic person. She has a talent for getting people to step forward and perform to the best of their ability. If she undertakes an assignment, you can be sure that she will exceed expectations. And for these examples and numerous others, it is truly an honor to place her name in nomination for first Vice District Governor.
Thank you so much, Past District Governor Jack. All right, and next we will have our seconding nomination speech from Lion Rosie Wadowitz from the Winona Sunset Lions Club. Lion Rosie is a past secretary of the cabinet. I believe it was 13 years, if I'm not mistaken, that she served in that role. She is also the current president of the Winona Sunset Lions and has known Lion Susan for a number of years in the Winona area. So here is her seconding speech.
I am Lion Rosie Wadowitz from the Winona Sunset Lions. Today, I have the privilege to second the nomination of Lion Susan Altoff for the position of First Vice District Governor of District 5M1. Lion Susan has been a Lion for many years, has shown her commitment to Lions by serving her club and her district. Lion Susan has held various club positions, including committee chair, secretary, and president. At the district level, she has served as Jones chair, cabinet secretary, and her current position as second vice district governor. She has attended various training sessions at the zone meeting, She has attended various training sessions at the zone meeting, district, and multiple level. She has attended USA Canada forums to further her commitment to Lions. Lion Susan is a leader, organizer, and listener. She can communicate with Lions within different levels of the organization. Lion Susan is always ready to help Lions and non-Lions, whatever the circumstances. Last year, Lion Susan committed to serve Lions by becoming a member of the District 5M1 leadership team. She's committed to take on the position of second vice district governor with hopes of moving on to the position of first vice district governor. Lions of District 5M1, it's now our turn to show our commitment to Lion Susan by electing her as first vice district governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Rosie. So next, due to the magic of early voting, we will reveal the results of the election. Congratulations, first Vice District Governor-elect Susan. You have been elected to serve as the first Vice District Governor next year. I look forward to working with you and to seeing you continue to advance in your leadership. You have been a great asset to our district and look forward to many more things to come. All right, moving on, we will get to the office of District Governor. Presenting the nominating speech for Lyon Carey Bean, current first Vice District Governor. Carey will be past District Governor Stan Nierhaugen. Stan is also no stranger to the district level. He was district governor a few years ago. He is also single-handedly responsible for me being here as a district governor. So if you don't like the convention, you can blame him. He's the one who qualified me for the office by making me treasurer a few years ago. Lions Stan has also served as the Minnesota Lions Vision Foundation trustee on behalf of District 5M1. And now we will see his pre-recorded message in support of Lyon Carey Bean.
Morning, my fellow 5M1 Lions. My name is past District Governor Stan Nierhaugen, and it is my honor to nominate Lyon Carey Bean to be your next district governor. Carey Bean has been a member of the Goodyear Lions since 1974, 47 years. He follows in the steps of his father, but he follows with his own path, and his path is service to his community and service to Lions. He's been the president of the Goodyear Club for twice, zone chair. He received his Melvin Jones. And I think one of the things that stands out for recognizing Carey is everyday hero, because that's where he is. He is a hero to his local club. He has service to his community. He serves his community also as mayor of the town. And he is active with the youth. He is active with many different aspects of the town. When I asked Lyon Carey, why did he want to be governor? What excited him about becoming governor? And his father had been a good role model for him. But he says it's when he went to Regional Learning Institute and he found out all the wonderful things that Lions do beyond what they did in Goodyear, beyond what we just do in 5M1. And he thought that was an important message and an opportunity to join his fellow Lions and to work with them in a leadership. That's why he would like to be your district governor. I heartily endorse Lyon Carey Bean to be the next district governor of 5M1. He will serve us well. Thank you.
Thank you, past District Governor Stan. Providing the seconding speech for first Vice District Governor Carey Bean will be past Council Chair Earl Orvik. Past Council Chair Earl has served at the district level in multiple positions as district governor. He went on to serve as council chair for MD5M, and he is currently serving as our long range and strategic planning chair for 5M1. Lyon Earl has also served as a mentor to many of us who have recently moved up in the ranks at the district level. And we're very thankful for his leadership and his willingness to work with all of us and provide education. He's just finished serving his term as the multiple district coordinator for all of the education that we do for training up and coming district governors. So next we will hear then from past district or past council chair Earl Orvik.
Thank you for that introduction, District Governor Matt. And congratulations on a difficult convention, but I think you're doing a wonderful job. And I think the people are going to be very, very happy and enjoy your convention. Speaking of conventions, I'd also like to thank District Governor Dale for last year. You know, what are the chances that we go back to back and have two really, really tough Januaries with a storm last year and with a pandemic this year. So again, to both of you, congratulations on excellent conventions. And it is my pleasure to join PDG Line Stan in nominating future District Governor Carey Bean. Carey, I hope that your convention next year can be in person, where we can have lots of laughter, lots of kidding, and lots of hugging. when is the last time that you hugged somebody outside of your own wife or maybe a grandchild or a child? It just is something that we as Lions have always enjoyed doing. And we certainly are missing that aspect. So it'd be great if we could get back to being in person. You know, talking about hugging, Lion Carrie and I have difficulty hugging. In first place, we because of our sizable girth, we have a hard time getting close to each other. And then we can't get our arms around each other. So we're probably going to have to work on that, Lion Carrie. The other thing that, another thing that Carrie and I have in common is that we have great taste in women. Both Carrie and I married up, and we married very good looking women. And we're just so lucky that they said yes when we asked. And you know, Carrie, you and I both need a little brownie points with our wives, so hopefully that helps. On the serious side, I'd like to just mention that Carrie is going to be a great leader for our district. And he's been in many leadership positions in the past. He's presently the mayor of Goodhue as well. And I know that he listens as a mayor, and I think he has in our leadership in Lions, listening is very, very important. And he is a good listener. He's very thoughtful about the situations or issues that confront him, and he's very deliberate in making his decisions. So I think we have somebody that'll be a good decision maker, continuing a long run of good decision makers in our district. As you probably all know, Goodhue has a reputation. I'm not going to say what kind, but he was the president there, and of course, that too should not be held against him. Zone chair, he stepped forward to become a zone chair, for which we're very thankful. I think he did a great job of organizing zone meetings and making them always fun and interesting. And I also had the opportunity to observe Lion Carrie in training for his first vice district governor, second vice district governor training. And I noticed that he mixed well. He gets along with people. He's attentive, as I mentioned earlier. And I believe that we have a great nominee in line, Carrie Bean, for our next district governor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, past Council Chair Earl. Past District Governor Jack, are you still on? I know that
Yes, I am.
I know that typically you're the one who acts as our tail twister at the business meeting for conventions. I think we should fine past Council Chair Earl because that was way longer than the rule allotment for time for a seconding speech.
Yeah, what would a fine of maybe $1 per minute be?
I think the bad jokes probably deserve a fine as well.
We'll let you off with, say, $10. How's that?
Well, Jack, you got my $10 about 7-8 years ago. You got
Yeah,
about
he did.
$20 out of me.
Yeah, he did.
Poor Earl was fined. I think he went home with the socks in his underwear is about all he left that convention with.
All right. So next, the reveal of the election results. Congratulations, District Governor-elect Carrie Bean, 92 votes. I just want to say congratulations, Carrie. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to know you the last couple of years. I really feel a very unique, close kind of bond with you that I can't really explain. And I'm absolutely looking forward to seeing you sprout your wings and fly next year as our district governor. It's going to be awesome. And I'm going to do my best to get rid of this pandemic for you so that you can have a normal year. All right. So next, with the elections complete, we will move on to our acceptance speeches. First off will be Second Vice District Governor-elect Roger Kittleson.
Thank you, Lion, Matt, and I want to really thank this entire organization. As you know, I've been to my three clubs. You know, starting over in a little town called Lamira, Wisconsin, where a young man by the name of Jeff Unferth from the Lamira Lions Club asked me to join and made me feel welcome in that new community. And we did a lot of fun things there, and we grew the club and grew service projects. It was very exciting. As you probably know from Brian's speech, that I've been involved in education, even though I'm a substitute teacher my whole life, and I see a lot of need within the schools and around the schools in the communities. So to serve is easy because there's so much need, not just here in the greater Midwest, but on the planet Earth, as I've done business all over the world. I do want to thank my significant other, Candy Keeble, for joining me when we joined the Zumbrota Club. She had never been a Lion member before, and she's a very quiet lady, but very, very helpful and knowledgeable and considerate of others' needs. So she's fit right in very well. I do want to thank Lion Brian for that great nomination speech, and Lion Ruth for hers also. I do have special projects where we did a run for sight and over in Wisconsin, and that money all went to handicapped children and blind children that go to our Camp or Shelton, Wisconsin. And mental health is an item that I'm putting in front of the clubs to see if that's something we want to add on to our plate of activities. I also want to thank Kerry Bean, because he's the one that twisted my arm to be a zone chairman. I can't use that arm yet, hardly, but I am working on physical therapy there. But the nice thing about being a zone chair, I've gotten to get to every club except for the Zumbro Falls Lionesses Club, because when I was scheduled to go down there, this COVID started, and they told me not to come down. But they've moved forward, as I think most of the people know, in Zone 6, and it's been very helpful. And again, there's so many people that have been helpful besides Carrie and Lion. I've had good conversations with Lion Dale, Lion Matt, Susan, of course, Mike and Nadine down on Pine Island have been very helpful for the first region meeting we've done, and had a nice talk with Lion Jack and of course, Dick. I tell you, I think everybody knows Lion Dick all over the country. So very good. All I can say is I'm going to do my best to serve the clubs and to serve the Lions Club International. And again, I thank you for the nomination, and I do accept the nomination. And again, I'll do my best for all of the Lions clubs all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Roger, Second Vice District Governor-elect. Next, we'll hear from First Vice District Governor-elect Lion Susan Altoff.
First of all, my sincere gratitude for the Lions from 5M1 for voting of support, and a special thank you to past District Governor Jack and to my longtime Lion friend Rosie for kindly endorsing me. Here I am, a petunia between two roses. District Governor-elect Carrie and Second Vice District Governor-elect Roger are two kind, caring, and fun-loving Lions that need to help make this serious Susan loosen up a bit. Last January, did anyone watching this midwinter meeting today imagine what was to come? It was the year of the 3 Ps: pandemic, protests, and politics. Did you notice that life went on whether we decided to go with it or not? When our daily things became out of reach, the non-essential things stripped away, shiny objects, excessive noise, the hustle and bustle, we focused on the small stuff, kind acts and service to others around us, smiling with our eyes because our face was covered up, waving to our loved ones through a window, or sitting down to enjoy a leisurely meal at home. Did you wait? Waiting wears you out. Our clubs did active waiting. They were still present in their communities, and they did not yield. Their creative nature this past year has given Lions amazing service outside of their normal realm. They kept on doing the next thing. Where did you find hope in the middle of the 3 Ps? Hope is in community. Lions are a strong community. Lions are people who keep on even when all others want to quit. I think we need to give District Governor Matt a big roar. Matt's leadership was placed in this pandemic time. It could not have come at a more crucial time. The wonder of that. His knowledge at getting us connected for club meetings and zone meetings and cabinet meetings and now midwinter has been invaluable, even though you had a glitch today. So here we are today, 2021. We are in the tiptoe of anticipation of what's next. We have no real promise that the new year is going to be better, but don't forget we have hope. So we press on. Where, when, and how are we as Lions going to emerge, shine, burst forth? We continue to pivot, change the way we hold meetings, fundraisers, and most of all, service to others. So here's to all of you and I marching into a new year, ready and full expectation of great things. What is our motto? We serve. We bring hope where it is needed. We have 5 global areas that guide us as Lions: sight, diabetes, childhood cancer, hunger, and environment. Each one of these is tied to many other worthwhile causes that we support. Our district pays a special attention to hearing, various programs geared towards youth, and to our returning military. And don't forget that Lions have a top-notch foundation in LCIF serving people worldwide. Under NAMI, our North American Membership Initiative, Lions, the key word here is membership. Membership in clubs. That means more service in your communities. Clubs are coming alive again. Members are getting back their hopefulness and helpfulness. New special interest clubs are forming. Communities are noticing Lions and asking, how can I be part of that? What is this thing called service? When they look a Lion, they see kindness and caring. If you're not familiar with NAMI, contact immediate past District Governor Dale or look it up on the LCIF website. I personally have expanded my comfort zone time after time this past year, and no more is coming my way. To be worthy of your trust in me as first Vice District Governor-elect, I need to continue to expand my horizons. I don't dare become comfortable with the way it was or even the way it is today. That's not fair to District 5M1, to my fellow leadership team, Carrie and Roger, to any of you Lions, or even to me. Therefore, I challenge you, but mostly myself. When I get up in the morning and I look in the mirror, I need to ask this question. If not me, then who? Thank you. I accept this nomination.
Thank you, First Vice District Governor-elect Susan. Looking forward to what the next year brings and hopefully the end of the pandemic, as you mentioned. Next, we will hear from District Governor-elect Lyon Carey.
Well, Susan, I'm going to just say it's always hard to follow you. You do such an excellent job. It's going to be fun working with you and Roger both in the next couple of years. Matt is going to stay on because without him and his technology, I'd be duped. So with that, I'd like to thank past District Governor Stan for making my nomination. And also past Council Chairman Earl for the seconding speech. I would like to thank all of you Lions for your confidence in me to lead and be your district governor. I'm deeply honored. I am looking forward to the next year to take the lead for the best district that I feel, which is District 5M1. I hope eventually that we can all get back together because this last year has been so many challenges. But District Governor Matt did a great job with the adversities that he had to go through. But as Lions, our motto is we serve. And Lions always find a way to get things done 5M is a lot of good Lions and with good minds and ideas that come up with new ways of doing things to make them come out great, to keep our clubs active. In my journey, I have met so many new Lions, good people, that makes you always want to do more. I also have been learning so much about Lionism that I never knew before in 47 years of being a Lion. I know that this district works together to help each other out. And if someone is having a problem, they help to make them look great. I am looking forward to meeting and working with all the clubs in the district and to see how they do things. And make sure they all succeed. I have met all my district governors that I will lead with the same year as me. I'm looking forward to working with them on a multiple level too. And finally, with all of us working together, we can make the year 21-22 another great year for Lionism and to keep Lionism great. I am very humbled and want to thank all of you again. And I want to make sure that clubs keep thinking and using service projects until this pandemic is over so we can all get together and do a lot of other things. Thank you. I accept the nomination.
Thank you so much, District Governor-elect Kerry. Love you, brother. It's going to be great seeing you lead next year.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along through the business meeting, Jungle Days bid. Do we have Lion, past District Governor Nadine? Are you able to talk? I think you were with Roy, right? Mike won't work. All right. Well, maybe I'll do this the easy way then. So if you all remember last year, the Pine Island Lions Club presented a bid for our August golf outing, Jungle Days, and they won the bid. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic and the restrictions at that time of this year, they had to cancel that event, and they are the only club that put forth a bid for this year that was going to be presented here today. And with Nadine being unable to present with the microphone issues, I would like to ask for a nomination and a second to award Pine Island this next year's Jungle Days, being that they lost last year's due to no fault of their own. Do we have
Do you know what the date would be?
I don't know, but I could probably look pretty quick.
First part of August, I guess.
Yeah, it's usually the first Monday in August, isn't it?
Okay, thank you.
Would be the second would be the first, the second would be the 9th if it's the second. It's the second, Nadine just said, so it'd be August 9th. Oh, we got a motion from Dave and a second from Rosie. All those in favor of awarding the Jungle Days bid for 2021 to the Pine Island Lions Clubs, raise your delegate cards. And go ahead and put them down. Any opposed, raise the delegate cards. All right, Pine Island has received the Jungle Days bid. Congratulations.
Playing golf sounds like fun right now.
Next, we have a few announcements. The first announcement is regarding the USA Canada Forum in 2021. Just a reminder that this next year's USA Canada Forum will be held from September 9th through September 11th in Des Moines, Iowa. So those of us here in Southeast Minnesota, It's probably not going to be much closer than this anytime soon, if maybe ever. So let's see if we could get, maybe a busload of people together or something and go down there and flood Des Moines with people from 5M1. If you need more information, please reach out to myself and I can provide that for you, or Lion Mary from West Concord. She is our USA Canada Forum coordinator this year. As with anything going on right now, things are a little up in the air because they have to kind of plan contingencies depending upon how long this pandemic continues to inch along. So they're keeping us up to date as they hear more information. And that's it for USA Canada Forum. Next, a reminder that our multiple district convention is April 30th through May 2nd in Mankato. It is the Bend at the River 3 for those of you that are familiar with their previous 2 hostings that they did. And we do have a short little video message here from the convention committee.
Thank you, District Governor and Lions, Lioness, and Leos for giving the 2021 Multiple District Convention Host Committee a few minutes on your agenda today. I am past District Governor Nancy Mathwig from District 5M2, Chair of the Convention Host Committee, and...
Hi, I'm Lion, past District Governor Mike Voss, your co-chair. We are here to invite you to the 2021 MD5M Convention. Bend in the River 3, join the Jamboree in Mankato, Minnesota, April 30th through May 2nd, 2021. Our theme builds on our previous Bend in the River conventions. At this point in time, our committee is planning a hybrid convention in order for all members to join us for the weekend as they feel comfortable. All in-person events will be held at the Mayo Event Center. Registration and hotel information is available online via the MD5M website/conventions. Registration prices will be updated shortly to reflect the necessary format changes being made.
Several changes to accommodate the hybrid model will be made also, such as online only raffle room, silent auction, and online only for any voting that is required. Plans are changing frequently as we continue to deal with the changing coronavirus restrictions. Watch for additional information via emails to your club secretaries, your district newsletters, and via the multiple district website.
We have several great speakers lined up for the weekend. Dr. Lucy Turcott on children's cancer, Dr. Joshua Hull, Medical Director, Lions Gift of Sight, Dr. Bevan Yu from the Minnesota Lions Hearing Foundation, and leader dog speaker on the puppy program at Lino Lakes. Our scheduled international guest is past International President Frank Moore. Frank was president in 2001-2002 and has been our current LCI Executive Administrator and Secretary in Oak Brook for numerous years.
As we all know, the 2020 Multiple District Convention was canceled, which meant some of our Lions were not given the multiple district recognition they deserved. The 2021 committee will be including recognition for the 2020 Hall of Fame recipients, the 2020 Al Jensen Award winners, as well as those Lions who passed away during the 2019-20 Lions year. Again, thank you for allowing us this time. Watch for updates in the next weeks and months, and join us for the Jamboree at the Bend in the River 3.
All right, thank you, Convention Committee. Moving right along, typically we would give you an update of last year's International Convention. So drum roll, please. Last year's International Convention in Singapore didn't happen due to something called the coronavirus. So there's nothing really to report. Due to the fact that we did not have a convention last year, our international leaders all are repeating the current year that they were on. So they're all offset by 1 year, including our international guest here today, International Director Mark. He is in his 3rd year of a 2-year term, I believe, if I counted right. Just that's the update from Singapore. And now, Lion Carey, if you'd want to give us a little bit about what's being planned for Montreal coming up this summer.
Excuse me. Hopefully, we're going to be able to have it, but the way it sounded now, at first I heard they weren't going to have it. Then I heard they're going to have a hybrid motion of it. So it all depends on if Canada even lets us in. As far as I know, it, like I say, they got a plan for it, but it'll probably be virtually the way we talked the other night about it. I'm pretty sure it'll probably be virtual meeting, but let's just hope for the best, huh?
Sounds good. Thank you, District Governor-elect Carey. All right, finally, we'll continue moving on to the last item on the agenda for the business meeting this morning, and that's the state of the district that I will present. Excuse me. So first, I want to start by saying thank you, everybody, for being here today. Thank you for being a Lion. And thank you for all that you are doing to continue to make our communities and the world a better place despite the circumstances we find ourselves in. I stand, well, actually, I would be standing, but right now I'm actually sitting here before you today, incredibly appreciative for the opportunity to serve as your district governor of 5M1. And I'm happy to declare that the state of our district is strong, healthy, and vibrant. Now, don't let that fool you. There's still plenty of work to be done. But thanks to all that you do, I know we are going to continue to thrive for many years to come. While we still may be negative so far this year in membership, our goal of retention is actually looking quite well. However, we haven't been bringing in as many as we traditionally would in a normal year. So that's why we're down on our membership, but we're moving in the right direction. We're seeing the effects of NAMI helping. I wonder why that is. Think about it. You put a plan in place and you work towards that plan, and it helps you move forward and develop just as it's intended to do. Last year, this last year so far, we also lost another club. We lost the Zumbro Falls Men's Lions Club. And with it, we lost 10 of the 11 members. But in early December, we successfully chartered our last remaining Lioness Club and converted them to the Zumbro Falls Lioness Lions Club. And all 15 members of that Lioness Club became members of the new Lions Club. So if you really add it up, we're actually +5 for members in the Zumbro Falls area. We also have many leads and groundwork being done in communities throughout our district on a couple of other locations and ideas of how we continue to grow new clubs in the coming years, and look forward to the challenge of trying to get a second club this year to meet our original goal, despite trying to do this during a pandemic. Wouldn't it be fun if later this year, when the pandemic starts to lift, if we could have multiple charter night celebrations to go to and attend? I don't know about you, but I really enjoy going to the charter nights and seeing all of the energy and the exuberance of the new clubs in the hope of the future and what they're going to achieve. As the pandemic has wrecked our economy, strained our healthcare systems to the limits, and isolated us from family and friends, you as Lions have responded in typical fashion and have resoundingly proclaimed that, much like the U.S. Postal Service motto, that neither rain, nor sleet, nor snow, nor global pandemic can stay these Lions from serving. In the coming months, as we start to come out of these challenging times, we start to have opportunities to return more to our traditional daily practices. And I implore you all to not let the lessons that we've learned this year go to waste. Why go back to a traditional meetings only in person if we've shown that we can successfully do things online and in a hybrid model? Why not consider having a person online in your meeting recording it so that other people can stay home and still attend the meeting? This pandemic has moved us forward at least a decade, in my opinion, into the adaptation of using online platforms like this, as well as the platforms that existed. Their development has skyrocketed forward into what we're capable of doing. I mean, this technology we're using here today was in its infancy only a handful of years ago, and there's no way we could have done what we're doing here today. Leverage those tools, use them. We personally in our club have seen people that have never come in my time as a Lion to a general meeting in person attend online because it's easy for them to do. So the more Lions that we can get to our meetings, however that looks, the better and more successful we're going to be in our mission of serving our communities. We talk a lot about how we can also try to recruit younger members into our clubs, how to reach the millennial generation or younger. And for some reason, whenever we bring up that topic, everybody in the room always looks at me. And I'll have to remind you that I'm closer to 50 than I am to 40, and I'm a proud member of Generation X. But the tools that we've learned here during the pandemic are certainly the right tools to help us bridge that gap and move in that direction. However, now we have to get off of Facebook, as that's only where old farts do social media, and get into using things like Instagram, Twitter, and maybe even those crazy dance routines on TikTok or something to appeal to the younger generations. Many of you have learned how to successfully do drive-up pork sandwich meals and breakfast burrito fundraisers. Why not continue doing some of these even when we can get back in proximity to each other? Just think of how much less work it is cleaning up the dining room when you don't have the dining room to clean up. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't, have a traditional pancake breakfast and have that social aspect, but it doesn't mean that we should forego the things that we've learned on how to do these in a more streamlined approach. We have built closer ties to our community and other organizations within our community because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let this serve as a reminder to you to perform your community health assessments with some regularity, to understand what it is your community needs the service from the Lions. Don't just keep doing the same thing you've always done. Here in Stewartville, we've had a lot more need for things due to businesses being closed and things like that, where we never would have thought 5-10 years ago that we would have the food insecurities and things that we've been trying to help as a club deal with. You need to be in contact with your communities more frequently, and don't let something like this happen before you come to the realization that more service is needed. Think outside the box. They say that necessity is the mother of all invention. Well, does it have to be that way? I encourage you to think about having brainstorming sessions regularly within your clubs. Dream up crazy ideas and new ways to serve. Remember to always dream big. Michelangelo is often quoted as saying, big. The greater danger for most of us lies not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but in setting our aim too low and hitting the mark. And who of us can forget the famous speech John Kennedy gave challenging us to go to the moon? He said, we chose to go to the moon. We chose to go to the moon in this decade and to do other things, not because it was easy, but because it is hard. Because that goal will serve the organization or will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because this challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one that we are unwilling to postpone, and one that we intend to win. As we fellow Lions look at our emblem, and we have the front-facing lion, looking forward to the dreams of getting back together, being able to hug each other, being able to serve in proximity. Let us set our aim high. Let us resolve that in the next decade to do things that are hard, that are challenging us, because the world needs our service now more than ever before. because this is a challenge that we are willing to accept. It is one that we are unwilling to postpone one more day, and it is one that we certainly as Lions Serving will win. Finally, in closing, I want to thank each of you also again for all of your efforts during this year. I know it has not been easy, and I know that it's been a strain on all of us in many different ways. Please remember, it is okay to not be okay. We've lived with this pandemic for 10 months so far, and while the end may be in sight, we still got a long way to go in this race before we're done. Sometimes as Lions who are serving, our service needs to be to ourselves and to members of our own club. If you have fellow Lions in your community that have fallen by hard times, that have lost interest in attending meetings, just seem down in the dumps, reach out to them. Pick up the phone and call them. Remind them that you're here. Remind them that your love is there to help them. If you yourself are one of those finding yourself in that position, reach out to your club members. You know, one of the things that's always inspired me about Lions is the power of when we're all together and the heart that everybody has to do the right thing and to make this world better. And that can really help. So don't forget about each other. Be there to comfort each other. We will get out of this pandemic, and our organization is going to be stronger on the other side because of it. So again, the state of our district is strong, healthy, and vibrant. And with your help and service, that will continue for many years to come. Thank you. All right. Finally, then, if there are no other additions to the business meeting, speak now or forever hold your peace, as the saying goes, right? We have exhausted the approved agenda items, so I will declare the business meeting officially adjourned. And we will now take another 5 year, it seems like that, right? Like 5 minute intermission before we move on to our virtual parade of green. And I know after the business meeting, you'll all need a break here for a couple of minutes. So I have 11:07. So at 11:12, we will reconvene.
I got mail. Big mail. And you wanted your note. Yeah.
Yeah. Get back to the meeting here. No, I think I'm gonna. I don't know how much it is. $100 a year. Looked at it before and trying to figure out what do you do if you have. Yeah. So anyway, let's go spend some money. Yeah. Buy something we didn't know we needed. Yeah. I'm sure there are a few things out there.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now at 11:12, and we'll go ahead and continue with the convention. Just a reminder to anybody who may have unmuted themselves during the business meeting to speak, to please remute yourself. I've been hearing a little background noise coming while we were on our siesta here. So with that, we'll go ahead and move into our Parade of Green. So the Parade of Green this year is going to be a little bit different, but I couldn't let us go with just reading numbers and it not being a parade. So I tried to find some fun parade themed floats for us to look at with each of our different items on the Parade of Green here. So all of these numbers are live numbers through yesterday's received checks by our district treasurer, David Rassel and Byron. We know that there will be some that are still coming. So if your club hasn't donated yet to the Parade of Green, by no means does that mean that you can't yet or that it's too late. With everything, you know, we're not putting these in boxes anymore. We have to mail them. So it's taking longer to get there. But present what we have so far. So for box number one, our MD5M KidSite Foundation, so far we have raised $2,623. Can Do Canines, we have received $3,958. So thank you to all the clubs that I've spoken at so far. Can Do Canines is one of my goals for the year, and I can tell by this number that we're already increasing from where we've been in years past. So thank you so much for helping to continue to support this Minnesota-based company and the awesome work that they do with their assistance dogs. Lions Childhood Cancer Foundation, we are at an even 2,000 so far. LCIF, we are at $7,295. Remember that LCIF is also giving out grants to help with COVID things. And that doesn't mean that any of the other things like tornadoes and tsunamis and earthquakes and floods have stopped just because there's a pandemic. So the need for the assistance from LCIF is as great now as it's ever been. So please continue to donate. Leader Dog for the Blind, we've received $3,543 so far across the district. The Minnesota Lions Hearing Foundation, this is the foundation portion, has received $3,476. And the Children's Hearing Center has received $1,823 to date. Our Minnesota Lions Diabetes Foundation has received $4,600 from clubs in 5M1. Our Minnesota Lions Vision Foundation, $3,700. The Mac Center, $2,527. And the Children's Eye Clinic, $1,988. Mobility Worldwide, the hand crank carts that we added to the Parade of Green, it must be like 3 years ago now, has received $1,443. Project New Hope, $3,370. Camp Confidence, $1,428. Special Olympics has received $3,110. And as part of the Special Olympics Parade of Green here, we also have a special video message from the CEO of the Minnesota Special Olympics.
Hi, everyone. It's Dave Dorn here. I'm the president and CEO of Special Olympics Minnesota. And I would have loved to have joined you in person to celebrate the long-standing partnership that we have between Special Olympics and the 5M Lions. But unfortunately, as we all know, it's another Zoomer. So thanks for being here on this Zoom call. And it's, you know, on behalf of Special Olympics Minnesota, I am very honored to present the 2021 Golisano Health Leadership Award to the 5M Lions. The Golisano Health Leadership Award, if you didn't know, is the highest honor for health partners and individuals that Special Olympics awards. The award recognizes local health champions and their extraordinary efforts towards fulfilling the goals and values and missions of Special Olympics. Raising awareness of the importance of good health for Special Olympic athletes and other people with intellectual disabilities is critical to the Special Olympics movement. Locally, the 5M Lions have been crucial in helping advance the health of Special Olympic athletes here in Minnesota. We're truly grateful for your outstanding service and dedication. You are making a significant contribution to equal access to health for our athletes and people with intellectual disabilities. It's obvious your impact has been great, but don't just take my word for it. Let's take a closer look at the contributions the 5M Lions have made here in Minnesota. Since 2015, the 5M Lions have volunteered nearly 1,000 hours for Special Olympics Minnesota. In the last 5 years, 5M Lions have donated and fundraised a total of $387,452 to Special Olympics of Minnesota. It's amazing. And since 2015, 193 volunteers have performed over 1,660 opening eyes screenings. That's a lot of athletes and a lot of glasses. Most importantly, the 5M Lions have made an impact on real people right here in Minnesota. People like Nicole, a Special Olympics Minnesota athlete and someone who has personally benefited from an opening eyes screening.
I could swim, but I didn't know where I was going. Couldn't see anything. It was frustrating because I knew I could swim faster if I could swim straight. And I had to put my glasses on right away as soon as I got done swimming. I didn't realize how clear the water is, and you can actually see the bottom. Being able to see when you're swimming is really important, and it just changes the way I swim. I'm more confident. I'm gonna swim as fast as I can.
I was actually volunteering while she ran over here real quick to do the opening eyes. And then she came back and she goes, "Mom, I got prescription goggles. Now I'll be able to see." So she was very, very excited. Was so amazed when she got the goggles that she could finally be able to see the lane, to be able to, to see the direction that she's going. And the first time she was able to see the scoreboard saying, "Hey, I shaved my time." Awesome. It was just really a nice experience for her.
The doctors are really nice, and they make sure you understand what they're doing.
I'm a second year optometry student. We get taught the theory about how to use different vision tests. And we don't get a lot of experience with people with special needs, patients who don't speak your language or can't speak or are deaf. It really, really drums into how important it is to learn to be able to adapt your technique, to be able to test people who are deaf, who don't speak the same language.
Thank you for coming, and it means the world to me and every other athlete that you come and spend your weekend with us.
Hi everyone, Mike Kane here, Vice President of the Program for Special Olympics Minnesota. On behalf of Dave, Nicole, and the rest of the Special Olympics Minnesota family, thank you. You've made a huge impact here in Minnesota, and we're so thankful for your contributions to making our state a more equitable and healthier place for people with intellectual disabilities. You've seen a summary of the incredible things you've accomplished in the last 5 years. Just imagine what we can do in the next 5 years together. Congratulations again on the distinction of winning the 2021 Golisano Health Leadership Award. Very well deserved, Lions. Until we can get together again, stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you soon.
What an honor to be recognized by Special Olympics for our work providing eye health through the Lions Opening Eyes program. I am grateful for the recognition of the work that we do with the help of the Lions from MD5M.
This is Lion Ree Moonen. I am the co-chair, the Special Olympics co-chair of 5M5 and multiple District 5M. I want to say a thank you to Special Olympics for the Golisano Health Leadership Award. And on behalf of the Lions of 5M, I gratefully accept the Golisano Health Leadership Award. Thank you.
All right, what a wonderful message from the Special Olympics, and congratulations to all of us fellow Lions for winning that prestigious award. Next, 5M1 Peace Poster, we've received $1,283, and this is a picture of the Peace Poster that was the winner for 5M1 from Katie Hunkins, a 13-year-old from Friedel Middle School here in Rochester that was sponsored by the Rochester 76 Club. Not only was this Peace Poster selected from our art faculty at RCTC who does the judging for 5M1, but it was also selected as the winner in multiple District 5M, and is now the actual real version of it is on its way or already there to the international for the international contest. So they are a finalist in the international contest this year, right from here in 5M1. And I tell you, the picture does not do this justice at all. When I went and visited Lion Jean to sign the paperwork as district governor to send it on to the multiple, I was absolutely floored at the level of artistry in this. Like the shading when you look at the real thing, it's far more advanced than what it looks like in an image here. It was amazing to me that a 13-year-old in middle school could do something so wonderful. Okay. Emergency relief. So far, we have received $2,439 for an emergency relief fund. So just a reminder to all of you out there, if you have the types of things that occur in your communities that qualify for the emergency relief, get in contact with Lion Gale, and the application is on our website if you would like to look for matching dollars from the district. Lions, the 5M1 Leo program has so far received $983, and our youth exchange has received $1,738 so far. So thank you, everybody, and all the clubs for your support so far. Those all totaled as of yesterday, $53,327. So there's still time to donate, and if you need to donate those, send those to Treasurer David Rassel in Byron. Just a note, a $53,000 is about what our total was 3 years ago when I was treasurer, and that was outside of a pandemic. So I realized that we've been struggling with our fundraising, especially because we can't do those types of things very easily when you can't be in contact. But the amount that we've received so far is really pretty amazing given the challenges that we've had so far. And I just want to thank all of you and all your clubs for all the awesome work that you're continuing to do. So next, that ends our Parade of Green for today. So we're going to move on to our speakers for today. So these are the speaker. If we had a normal convention, Jim would be our keynote speaker at our luncheon. So our first speaker today is Lion Jim Perry, or not Lion, maybe soon to be Lion. I kind of added your title there, Jim. Jim Perry. Jim grew up in Stewartville, Minnesota, and now leads the REACH classes here in the school district for grades 6 through 12. He is going to share his experience of overcoming ACEs, which stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences, to motivate his students to overcome any obstacles that they are facing and inspire them to understand what it takes to be a caring adult and to make a positive impact on the lives of youth. REACH Stewartville was a Minnesota Association for the Secondary Principals 2016-2017 Star of Innovation Award winner for demonstrating a positive impact on education and the advocacy for children. Jim Perry is also the 2019 Education Minnesota Human Rights Award recipient, and in 2020 was a Minnesota Teacher of the Year semifinalist. So let's all give a warm Lions welcome to Jim Perry.
Hey there. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everyone, for having me. The teacher in me is going to come out here real quick. Everyone, right now, you need to do one thing for me. I've had a lot of practice with Zoom and Google Meet over the last 10 months. Again, the teacher is coming out of me. Everyone right now, take a look in the lower left-hand corner of your screen where it says mute. If you have not done that, please do that now. There's always a few in class that feel like they are muted and forget that they're not, and then we hear any wide range of bodily sounds that might come from them. So thank you again, Matt, for having me today, and thank you to everyone here for having me today. So I do have a presentation that I am going to be sharing with you. COVID has definitely put a damper on the public speaking, and in not only teaching here at Stewartville High School and Middle School. A part of my personal mission is to share what I do here in class and trauma-informed education practices with others, not only around the state, but around the country. And it just even today, I'm actually in my office here. This is an office just off of my classroom. REACH is actually a classroom. This is where I have the private conversations with students who are having very personal struggles that are impacting them, their lives and their academic success. And we've spent a lot of time away from this space. Just the last almost 8 weeks we've been away from the classroom now. And then we had all spring that we were gone. And it reminds me of the middle of March on my way back from Hannibal, Missouri, and speaking at a children's group home there and getting the phone call that the schools were shutting down in the state and restaurants and everything else was shutting down. And I was about halfway back from Missouri and was supposed to speak in Duluth the next day and then in the Twin Cities the day after that. And everything has completely changed. So thank you for having me here. Matt, I have not started my timer yet. I know you said I had 15 or 20 minutes. I will start that. Don't you worry. So the very short presentation, I've been given 15 or 20 minutes and I haven't hit start yet on my watch. This presentation is a very, very, very abbreviated version of a half day or even full day training that I do for teachers and other people that work with students. So I'm going to talk real quick. I'm going to throw out a pile of information and then I'm going to give time for questions at the end, and I'm not going to count that time toward my 20 minutes. So Zoom, although I agree 100%, is a great way to get information out. And Google Meet is what we use here in Stewartville. The part that I struggle with is I work with kids who have serious family and life struggles, and I can't see the emotion on those kids' faces through a screen. I can't sense that I can in person. And that's why this tends to be difficult. So if you have any questions or if I'm not clear about something, please, please, please make sure that you ask me afterward. Okay, I'm hitting start now, Matt. So am I able to take over and share my screen now?
You should be able to. If not, I'll push stop
Okay.
on mine.
All right. You are sharing right now, so I can't. So you'll have to stop sharing your screen, it said.
I will hit stop.
There we go. And screen. Optimize. Share. Before I get started with the actual presentation itself, if Matt, can you guys see my screen right now? Just making sure.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a website where I throw everything that I do for class and public speaking on here. So this is a great resource. So anything that I don't get to today, if you could just remember or write down the word reach and Jim Perry, Perry is with an A.com. This is where I put everything. All of the videos that I create, all of the resources that I use, all the lessons that I've created, this entire presentation, the extended version of it is on the website for anyone to be able to see and use any part of it that they feel like they'd like to. And there's lots of research and other information here as well. For those that are interested in kind of the Teacher of the Year or Human Rights Award stuff, there's a lot of media interviews I've done. I was on National Public Radio last spring to talk about kind of one of the new things I'm doing to connect with kids when we're not in school. All of that is here. A lot of that is right up at the top in this opening entry media posts on speeches, commercials, interviews, and articles that I have written or been a part of. So, so this is the very beginning of the presentation that I normally do for teachers for you guys. So again, my name is Jim Perry. I teach the REACH classes at Stewartville Middle and High School for grades 6 through 12. This is how you can contact me. ReachJimPerry.com is a great place to go. I am on Twitter, ReachJimPerry. I'm also on Facebook at ReachJimPerry. I've got my school email address there and my personal email address as well. I do field questions from educators and others across the country all the time, so please don't feel like it's a burden or it's intruding on my day. If you have a question, please let me know. I feel like that is a huge part of what I do. REACH stands for Relationships, Education, Accountability, Character, and Hard Work. And when we started REACH in Stewartville, there were only 4 or 5 REACH programs across the state. There are now over 40. It's not a curriculum, so there's really no one in charge. We all have the same goal of connecting with kids who have struggles through relationships, education, accountability, character, and hard work. And we base the way that we do that on our strengths and the needs of our students. So every one of those programs is going to look a little bit different. This is a mission that I wrote when we first started REACH 8 years ago here in Stewartville. Growing up in today's world is not easy. The mission of the REACH program is to make meaningful connections with our students who need support. Our aim is to educate the whole student and help them become the best person they can be through relationships, education, accountability, character, and hard work. The personal and emotional needs of our students must be met first so they can find the academic success they are looking for. The tools we use are personal connections, individual support, and patience. And then I've always said, they're all great kids. Some just don't know it yet. Most of the REACH programs have multiple staff members. I am a team of one here. We did have a full-time social worker with us just because of the number of students that we work with. Money is always an issue. So I am now a team of one. A lot of the other programs have anywhere from 2 to 5 or 6 staff members. I do work with 50 to 60 students per day and have served over, I'd say over about 300 students over the last 7 years. And a lot of them come to me for multiple years. So you'd say, well, some teachers have 160 students a year. I have the majority of my students that are with me multiple years. So sometimes 4, 5, 6 years, all through middle school and high school. This is one way that I have connected with students. You can all see the YouTube page, Matt. I just want to make sure. We there? So this is the YouTube page that I have started creating REACH Reflections videos. This is how I have connected with students who have not been in the classroom, either because they're distance learning, choosing to stay home during the pandemic, or when everyone was home. This would be another great resource. So any of you that are interested in seeing more of our lessons, go to the website. You can watch any of these from here. I threw this slide in because the introduction about me, this always comes up. The Teacher of the Year, Human Rights Award winner, Star of Innovation Award. And these recognitions happen simply because someone chose to be a vulnerable human being with kids who are vulnerable. There's nothing special about that at all. I say my job is very simple. It does require a lot of patience, but it is simply being a human being for kids that I truly care about. My goals for today. One, I want to give you a little bit of information about trauma-informed education, and I'm going to get you a chance to feel a little bit of emotion as well. That emotional connection is extremely important in the classroom. So these are my ACEs years. ACE stands for Adverse Childhood Experience. I'll go over what some of those are here in a bit. Yes, for those of you that are wondering, I am back at the same haircut now from my very earliest years. The 3 pictures toward the top, certainly by the time I was very, no coordination on a skateboard at all. Certainly by then I knew something was wrong with my family. Things were not the same as every other family that I knew. Certainly by the picture way on the right, I absolutely know that there was something going on with my family. By the time I was about 4, I knew how to dial 911 to call one of the deputies from the Olmsted County Sheriff's Office to say my dad was trying to kill my mom again. He was beating her up, assaulting her. Anything that could have happened in our home did. My mom was married to my dad for 37 years, and she should have left the first week that they were married. And unfortunately, my brother and I witnessed all of that. All of those types of abuse and neglect are adverse childhood experiences. And ACEs impact the way that kids not only view the world, but the way that they interact with it. That it impacts their opinion of themselves and impacts that optimistic versus pessimistic, and impacts our view of what is my role in the world and what of that can I control. Because a kid living with ACEs is living in a life that they, in most cases, have absolutely zero control of that situation, and that absolutely impacts their view of the world. This is my family today. My wife and I live in Stewartville. I teach here. This is where I grew up. This is where I wanted to have an impact on the world. These are our 3 children, Jack, Jordan, and Abby. They are 18, 17, and 16. And I draw from lessons with family with my students all the time. And I said for years, we're never getting a dog, and he is my best buddy. He is a very nice little guy. I'm not going to play this video, but if you're interested, go on to that website and you'll be able to see this. This is an acceptance speech, and a little bit more about Reach. This would be from the Human Rights Award at a huge banquet in the Twin Cities about 1.5 years ago. So here's harsh reality of ACEs: adverse childhood experiences, trauma. The child who enters kindergarten with an ACEs score of 3 or 4 will likely have that score double or more by the time they graduate from high school. For far too many students, adverse childhood experiences are life experiences. These life experiences affect everything from mental and physical health to relationships and academics. Our students can't simply be fixed with a temporary response. Trauma-informed education isn't a fad. This isn't going away. This is a reality of ACEs, and for some, this is life. So what are ACEs? Again, ACEs is adverse childhood experiences. We don't have time for this video. Please go onto the website and watch it. It is a great introduction. If you want to know about the not only mental health impacts of trauma in a child's life, but the physical responses, and this is multiple days worth of a lesson in 30 seconds. Trauma does not only impact someone's mental health, it impacts their physical health. The stress of trauma in early life changes chemically and down to the genetic level how that person's body will react as an adult. Much research on that. The chances of me dropping over today are far higher because of the trauma and stress that I grew up with. Not because of my personal choices now, but because of the stress that was placed on me during physical development years. Different kinds of abuse, neglect, or dysfunction are anything from physical, emotional, sexual, to mental health issues that student would witness, to incarceration, substance abuse, just witnessing violence and divorce. And I would add to this right now, and there are studies I'm sure that have been started now, the trauma of this pandemic on students. And I can't share specific stories here, I'm not allowed to, but this is a major fear of mine. The trauma and stress that has been placed on families and students because of the pandemic is absolutely impacting their emotional well-being, without a doubt. And that's something that we are going to have to, as a society and a school, learn how to deal with. So there is a questionnaire. This is the questionnaire, the ACEs questionnaire. There are 10 questions. It has everything to do with those different kinds of abuse, neglect, or dysfunction. I am an 8 out of 10, but this questionnaire was written 30 years ago on the West Coast. It is very limited in the types of things that it asks about. In 30 years, we have begun to realize everything from racism to extended physical illnesses that students might have, to COVID, to the foster care system. All of those impact students in a daily way. So a couple of slides here of some really important thoughts that I've come up with, and these normally are given to teachers, but they do apply to all of us, especially since your goal is to serve others, and that includes youth. So if you want to make a connection with students who seem to be the most difficult to connect to because of trauma in their lives, hint, first, you must earn their trust. Unfortunately, the reality is that this doesn't happen overnight. It will most likely take much longer, months or possibly years. Be consistent, be predictable, be honest, be caring, be real, be patient, be forgiving, be human. If you do all of these things, you might just have a chance to gain the trust of those who have no reason in the world to trust anyone. As teachers or adults, we must understand that our students or our children are a product of all of their experiences, both good and bad. Just like we wouldn't want someone to have our past define us, we need to not let their past or their family's struggles define them. It's our purpose, and I'm not just going to read, I'm going to paraphrase. It's our purpose in life to help them overcome those obstacles so they can be happy, healthy, and productive adults. This is how the cycle gets broken in all of us. as human beings are an important part of this process. So we talk about this growth mindset. We want students to grow and to become better all the time. The kid that lives in a family where they are in absolutely no control of that situation, they're in a fixed mindset. They don't understand the control that they can actually have on their future. It's our job to use patience and understanding and unconditional love and non-judgmental support and lots of patience to help them move past that so they can understand their role in their future. This is also extremely important. This doesn't work. Not every person can lead a REACH class, okay? This is the number one thing of REACH programs or teachers that have led interventions like this that is disastrous. When you have a student that comes in the classroom and they are really upset, okay, there's a reason why they're upset. Never in the history of calming down has anyone ever calmed down by being told to calm down. I work with students that are in bad moods. Sometimes I work with students that are emotional because of something that happened that morning. If I simply tell them to calm down, it is never going to happen. It doesn't work for us. Why would we expect that someone who hasn't had practice doing that, why would we expect as adults that our students or our children are going to be better at this than we are? So this whole trauma-informed and responsive education, it means taking the time to listen to our students and learn their stories about their struggles. We have to be active in this. We have to be fellow human beings. We have to not wait, and we have to dig. And when they are comfortable and we've earned their trust, we help guide them to figure out what they can do to become their best version. Students living with ACEs, they become really good at not feeling because that leads to disappointment, okay? Those relationships and those connections are actually the very best predictor of positive outcomes for those kids. Okay, it's not grit, it's not perseverance, it is personal connections. The number of personal connections or strong connections that those kids have is the number one predictor of positive outcomes in their lives. That has to be offered with unconditional love and non-judgmental support. It's patience, it takes time, it's not easy, we can't measure it, but when we've got it, we'll see it. The way that kids value school is how much we value them. If I have a student that is very difficult to work with and I make it clear that you're difficult to work with, they are never going to value school. The most important thing that I can do as an educator is to help them understand that they are important, that they're valued, that they're loved, and that I'm here to support them. And they will then value school and the educational process for their lifetime and pass it on to their kids. Top 5 indicators of success or struggle in school and in all areas of life. This is not just school. Attendance, you have to be there. Engagement, you got to be there mentally. Self-control, you got to be responsible for your thoughts, decisions, and actions. Having manners, being kind to other people and respectful, and perseverance, never giving up. This is not just school. This is being a parent, being a coworker, being a lion, being a teammate, being a friend. So that question always comes up. What do I teach? I teach gratitude and compassion and acceptance and meaning and forgiveness and confidence and honesty and integrity, perseverance and consideration for other people. I teach life lessons through life experiences that I've had with family, personal stuff. Several weeks ago or a couple of weeks ago, I was a victim of a bullying incident online. Over a couple of weeks, I share all of those stories in those REACH Reflections videos with my kids. I'm a 2nd degree black belt in Taekwondo. I'm an instructor. I teach self-defense classes. I teach the tenets of that: courtesy, integrity, perseverance, self-control, and indomitable spirit. I'm also a metal detectorist, and I teach all kinds of things through that, from planning and preparation and research to finds. And when I've got back where you can see me, I've got 2 real quick finds that I've talked to students, and I think that they should consider learning more about other people, even if those people aren't here anymore. I teach life lessons through life experiences, and I offer unconditional love and non-judgmental support. Okay, I know I'm almost out of time. I do have a video I want to share with you because this says everything, and then we can get to any questions.
Hi, how are you? Don't worry. I'm just I'm really sorry to start you, but I just wanted to give you this. Here you go.
Why?
Why not? I just wanted to help out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's very nice of you. What's your name?
My name is Kareem, and yours?
Mark. God bless you.
No problem, man. Nice to meet you, Mark.
Nice to meet you too. Do you want to sit? Sit just for a minute, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. Of course.
Thanks.
I got nothing to do. How you doing?
All right. I've been better. It's fine.
I know. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I know it's just really hard.
Do you have a minute? Can you just stay here for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Just 1 minute. Don't
Yeah.
go anywhere.
But where are you going though?
I'll be right back. Just wait 1 minute. Please.
Okay. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Mark? Who's this? You didn't have to. The money was for you, man.
For you.
Thank you.
Please take it.
Okay, thank you so much, man.
Sit with me for a little bit.
Of course I will. Oh, this is my favorite.
Oh, right.
Thank you so much, Mark. But you really didn't have to, though.
Big deal in a while.
Hey, man, well, if it makes you happy. Oh, I love this.
Glad you're here with me.
I'm glad too.
Lonely out there. A lot of fires being warm. You could have left me dead or alive.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that people ignore you, but you know, you are definitely alive, you're breathing, and that's all that matters. And you're just as important as anyone else out here.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, man.
It's just to sit out here with someone.
Yeah, definitely is, man. Well, I'm gonna chill here with you if you don't mind, so I hope I don't annoy you. I want you to know that, you know, there's people out there who do care and who are willing to help if you guys ask. Don't be ever ashamed for asking any help, you know? We've all been there, we've all needed help. I guess you just really wanted someone to spend time with you, huh? Well, I'm honored that I'm that person. Because you're a cool guy, Mark.
Almost forgot to unmute myself. So that's an example of one of the lessons that I teach my students. Sometimes it's important to meet the physical needs that other people have and to provide for them. But all that Mark wanted was to spend time with another human being. How many Marks do we have in our communities? How many Marks do we have in our schools, in our hallways, and in our lunchrooms? How many Marks just want a little bit of our time? So then I consider, what is my job here? What do I teach? I try to teach students what really is important in life. I try to teach them to find people and activities that make them happy and give them strength, meaning, and purpose. And I try to help them learn how to give of themselves. I know I'm past my time, but if anyone has questions, that is about the shortest I've ever done that in. And I know it's a lot of information in a very, very short time. If anyone at any point ever would like to have me come speak in a meeting, I can give the same presentation for people that weren't here today. I can go into more detail about trauma-informed or what we do here in the classes that we teach. REACH is actually an elective class now available to both middle school and high school students. They don't have to be referred. They're not assigned here because they're in trouble. by far the majority of students come here and register for this class because they want support from another human being that understands. So the two items. So I try to teach students to consider other people. And recently I've done that a lot through metal detecting. And so this is a meaningless shotgun shell. But I brought it into class, the shotgun shell I found while metal detecting several weeks ago. This shotgun shell is almost 140 years ago. And I had students consider, I found this in a park here in Stewartville, I had students consider what this person was doing when they dropped this. Were they trying to feed their family? Were they out there for sport? My guess is that they were probably trying to feed their family and to consider, even though this is meaningless, what that actual human being was trying to do for their family. Another item that I brought in is a suspender clasp, a very personal item. This was made in the year 1871, and to consider what that person was doing in that field, working in that field when their suspenders broke. Hopefully their pants stayed up, but their suspender broke, and this very, very personal, beautiful, lots of detail to it item was lost in how that person felt when they lost something so personal to them and they had to use their own money to replace it. So, questions at all? Thank you. Right, if you have personal questions for me, or you'd like more information about REACH, just get a hold of Matt, or if you wrote down just reachjimperry.com. All of my contact information is there. Perry again is with an A. You can send me personal questions. I promise I will answer them right away. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. I will make sure that the links to some of your sites and stuff get onto our district website. And I'd also just like to let you know that on behalf of our district, we will be making a donation to the Reach Stewartville program, and I'll work with you offline to figure out how to get you a check and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you very much for all of you for having me today. I'm off to do some driving hours with my middle child, so wish me luck.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. All right. So moving right along. Next, we are going to hear a short video, and I use the word short sparingly here. I didn't actually time it, but it should be okay. From the Lions Voice Clinic, talking about giving voice to your community. So as many of you know, music and singing is an important part of who Matt is and what my personality is. So I felt that I absolutely needed to have a recognition for the Lions Voice Clinic at our convention. I know we've had somebody speak years ago on it, and it's the only Lions Voice Clinic in the world, if I'm not mistaken. And it's very well known across the world as a very high functioning voice clinic. So we're going to hear from Dan Weinstein, who is a speech language pathologist at the Lions Voice Clinic at the University of Minnesota, where they're focusing on care and treatment of the human voice and disorders affecting the upper airway. Having trained as a classical singer at the University of Iowa and later at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, he sang professionally around the Midwest before discovering that speech-language pathology was a perfect outlet for his love of education, helping others, and the science behind the human voice. Dan attended the University of Minnesota, earning a Master's of Arts in Speech-Language Pathology, and his training was further refined by the participation in the National Center for Voice and Speech's Summer Vocology Institute, where he gained a certification in vocology. It's a hard word to say. Upon graduation, Dan continued the voice-specific clinical fellowship at the prestigious Emory Voice Center in Atlanta, Georgia. Since joining the Lions Voice Clinic team in the fall of 2016, he has been able to draw on his diverse background in the treatment of speaking and singing voice therapy for gender affirmation, and functional breathing disorders, as well as chronic cough and laryngeal hypersensitivity. Always eager to devote the best care as possible to his patients, Dan's research interests center on attention, awareness, and understanding of the mechanisms behind therapeutic techniques. And I better make sure. Yep.
Greetings. My name is Dan Weinstein. I am a speech pathologist with the Lions Voice Clinic at the University of Minnesota, and I was invited to speak to you today a little bit about what we do as a clinic and also a little bit about some research that we're doing with your help. And so I wanted to start off right at the beginning with just a little bit of a history lesson, though. So, we are the only Lions Voice Clinic in the world. We're not super well known to the Lions, although I may have seen some of you before at some of the governor's presentations, but we are well known to the voice world. The Lions Voice Clinic began in 1996 with a proposal to the Lions. Dr. George Shepherdson, often just known as Shep Gotting, and Dr. Deirdre D. Michael, PhD, speech-language pathologist, came to the Lions with a proposal that stated the Lions had done such a wonderful job of supporting receptive language in the form of the work they do with the hearing clinic that would they be willing to support expressive communication as well. And since that time, the Lions were foundational in supporting the growth of the clinic, initially through the purchase of some of our primary equipment, and since that time we have grown both in staff and scope, and the Lions have continued to maintain a presence in our research predominantly. So our mission is threefold. Clinically, we evaluate and treat all disorders that affect the larynx, and while voice is what we are most well known for, that also includes cough, swallowing, and breathing disorders. We also are highly focused on education. We believe strongly in helping awareness and building understanding in our community about the nature of voice and other laryngeal disorders. And then beyond that, like many areas of the university itself, we are very focused on our research to build a better foundation for our own practice, as well as the practice of those colleagues working across the country through our top-tier research. And so who is the team itself? Well, this is the most recent team photo, but given that we keep growing, it's not quite complete. We've recently added another speech pathologist, Sarah Zock, to our team. But we still have plans to grow yet more, even within this current climate where there is so much changing and there's been challenges. We have been so busy that we were able to continue our hiring process, and we're really grateful for that. We practice out of this building that you can see behind my image here, the Clinics and Surgery Center. And we have treatment spaces there with specialized equipment for all of the different types of therapy that we do, as well as the evaluation equipment. You can see over on the rightmost picture, that is Dr. Stephanie Masono and myself. We practice as part of a multidisciplinary clinic, so when people come in to see us, they're evaluated not just by the laryngologist, which is what Dr. Masono and Dr. Gotting and Dr. Tavluk are, but also by the speech-language pathologist who is evaluating things from a functional standpoint. Obviously, this year has brought many, many changes, and so one of the only positive ones, I will say, is that we are now able to offer virtual therapy, which is wonderful for our patients who, because we're so specialized, often come from a large distance away. So I'll see patients from North and South Dakota, obviously from Wisconsin, Iowa, and so it's nice to be able to continue to see these patients remotely, even especially this time of year when traveling to the Twin Cities is such a challenge. But what does our work actually entail? For today, I am going to focus on the aspect of our work for which we're best known, treatment of voice disorders. And so what does the evaluation portion of that work? Well, we have to evaluate the structures, the physiology. And so what you're seeing here is our colleague Allison Alpers, who used to be part of the speech pathology team at our location and is now elsewhere in the Twin Cities, being evaluated via nasal endoscopy. And so I'm going to go ahead and let this play. And you'll see that the little image on the right is real time of her larynx coming together and making sounds. The vocal folds move together and they vibrate as air passes over them. And then in combination with how we articulate things, we're able to turn that into words and into singing and all of the other things we associate. Not only do we get a plain light version of our look at the larynx, we also will look at it in slow motion by using a strobe light that's timed to the sound or the frequency of a person's voice. And so what you'll see here is that slow motion view. And so now you can see that undulating wave moving over the surface of the vocal folds. And that is really salient and really important to being able to get a clear, strong sound in a person's voice. But taking a look at the larynx is not the only thing that we do to evaluate our patients. So one of the most important things is our perceptual evaluation. So we are listening to the sound of a person's voice, and that is another key element, and we can use acoustics to kind of define that. What you're seeing here is an acoustical analysis of a person's voice. The image on the bottom is called a spectrogram, and the image at the top is a simple waveform similar to what you may have seen on your computers. But we can look at aerodynamics, and most importantly, we're looking at the whole person, which is just something we're going to come back to with my research a little bit later on. And so once it comes to treatment, well, the two halves of our practice, laryngology and speech pathology, have different modalities that we use to treat our patients. So for laryngology, it may involve surgical, it may involve pharmacologic or procedural interventions. For speech pathology, it's going to be functional interventions. So you can think of us like a physical therapist that works to the level of the throat. So we may talk about posture and breathing or reduction of tension, resonance, range and loudness, helping people with endurance or all-around healthy voice use. And so I wanted to give you a couple of examples of people who've come through and had various kinds of interventions. So this is Ms. Jones, excuse me, not her real name, so I shouldn't be offended if I Mrs. her rather than Ms. her. But what you're going to see here, at the bottom you have the rainbow passage, which is something we have everyone read so that we can compare apples to apples. What you'll hear is the evaluation first, and then I'll play part of the post-treatment. And she's pretty quiet at the beginning, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. So here's what she sounded like at the beginning.
Light strikes in the air. They act like a prism and form a ball.
And if you were wondering whether or not that was the audio cutting in and out, it is not. She has a condition called spasmodic dysphonia, which is a neurologic condition in which the brain is sending signals that's causing the vocal folds to spasm. And because it is a neurologic problem, it's not something that can be treated through behavioral intervention alone. So this is where a case in which the medical side, our laryngology colleagues, are able to offer the best treatment, in this case Botox injections to the vocal folds themselves that helps those muscles that cause the spasms be a little bit weaker so that they are less likely to disrupt her speech. And you can hear what she sounds like after those Botox injections now.
A prism and form a rainbow. The rainbow is a division of white light into many beautiful colors.
There are times, though, that it's not about a treatment via a surgery or a medication that can help people out. So Mr. Smith is a different example altogether, and he is extremely quiet, so I'm going to turn it all the way up here, and I'll play the beginning.
When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act like a prism and form a rainbow.
And so Mr. Smith had a very serious health condition that required, or as a result of, he was in a coma for an extended period of time. And after he came out of his coma, his voice, along with many other parts of his body, were exceedingly weak. And so we had treatment to try and help him learn how to reorganize how those muscles were working and how to coordinate them. And this is something that was strictly on the behavioral side. And so you can hear what he sounded like afterwards. I'm going to turn it back down so it doesn't blow out your eardrums. Oops, going back one. Take two.
When the sunlight strikes Raindrops in the air, they act like a prism and form a rainbow. The rainbow is a division of white light into many different and many beautiful.
And so you can see how much of a difference these various types of treatments can make. But treating our patients is not the only thing that we do. We're also very committed, as I said, to education and outreach. So here's just a couple of examples of some of the things that we've had the grace and the opportunity to do. So Lisa Butcher, who's my colleague that you'll see on the left side of the trifecta at the bottom of the screen here, is a master at doing these things. And she organized a flash mob that we did at the Clinics and Surgery Center. We have educational events that we have done, and this is all part of World Voice Day. Which is just a celebration of voice and also an awareness raising effort to try and help people understand what voice disorders are. We had the opportunity to work with Lion Jennifer Marshall at the State Fair a couple of years ago to do an education and outreach event at the University of Minnesota building. Over 150,000 people showed up at the fair that day, and I will be honest and say that it felt like 150,000 people actually came to the booth. I think that is probably an exaggeration, but it's very warm, and it was also really, really rewarding. We got to see and work with a bunch of people, which was fun to help them learn about voice disorders. We also are part of the Comprehensive Gender Care Group, and so we were at Pride the year before last, and that is always a really, really rewarding part of our work as well. Lastly, we try and help educate even the people that we can't reach directly through our website, which is currently undergoing a bit of a facelift at the moment, so you'll be able to look it up, but in short order, it's going to be back up and running with a lot of wonderful information for anyone who's just curious about voice disorders overall. And so that brings us really to the third arm of what we do, research. At the Lions Voice Clinic, our research targets optimizing treatment outcomes using state-of-the-art treatment techniques, understanding the connection between the mind, body, and voice, and learning to measure various aspects of the voice. This list is just an overview of some of the areas of research which have come out of the Lions Voice Clinic. And I'm going to focus more specifically on that final bullet that you see at the bottom. And so this is a current research project that I am engaging in with Dr. Stephanie Masono. She and I were awarded a Lions Hearing Foundation grant just this fall to carry this study out, and it will ultimately be carried out at the State Fair later this year, fingers crossed. And that environment helps us really get to work not just with people who would ordinarily come into a clinic seeking care, but a broader swath of individuals who might otherwise not be picked up for research. And so it's a really wonderful opportunity. And the goal of this study is to define voice disorders, voice use, and perceived limitation in the general public. And because that sounds like a really, really random thing to study, I wanted to take a step back and take you through how we got to that question. And so when we think about the impact of voice disorders, it can't be really understated, even though it's not something we've always thought about. So an estimated 1/3 of all individuals will experience a voice disorder over the course of their life. And this has economic impacts. So voice-related absenteeism in 2012 resulted in 72 million lost workdays over the course of that year alone. And so that has a really significant impact on those employers. It has a significant impact on those individuals if they're not able to get paid while they're at work, depending on their situation. But it has a more personal impact too. Individuals who have voice disorders have reduced overall quality of life as rated in various epidemiologic studies, and also have higher rates of depression. In fact, Dr. Masono found in one of her recent studies that patients with a voice disorder met strict criteria for depression and anxiety. 32% of the individuals who came in met that criteria, even if they had not been diagnosed as having depression or anxiety previously. The amazing thing to me is that despite that, and despite that information being kind of well vetted in various research, only 10% of those having been identified as having a voice disorder have actually sought treatment. And so why is there this discrepancy? And so that kind of stemmed what it is that we're talking about. And so one of the first things that comes to mind is the definition, right? So studies, various epidemiologic studies of voice disorders have had varying definitions, and that has caused variance of as little as 5% or as much as 38% of the population being characterized as voice disordered. But which are the right terms? And so our study is going to use terms that have drawn from those prior epidemiologic studies and compare how, if we ask the same individuals to use or to characterize themselves by these various definitions, who falls into what group. And so we can start to kind of use that as a way to parse out who is truly impacted and who is not. But the word impact brings us to the next main point, which is, what's more important, symptoms or limitations? Historically, when we think about disorders, we think about people's symptoms, right? What they're being affected by. And so in the case of voice, we might think, oh, this person is hoarse, or their voice is quieter than expected, or maybe their pitch is lower or higher, or a rougher quality. But there's a poor correlation between a person's symptoms and their limitation. For example, a software coder who doesn't really have to use their voice much for work and really doesn't use their voice as much for socialization might not really be bothered, even if their voice is relatively strained and rough, versus someone who's singing at the Metropolitan Opera might only have a very, very small perceptual issue with their voice, but it could have a very outsized effect on their very extensive and very high-level demands. And so we need to be able to assess limitation in a better way, and that is something that is really lacking in our literature overall. When people do talk about people's patterns of voice use, it's often in very general terms and not put into context. And what's more, voice use has changed over time. We all know that, especially as me, a person who's, rather than being there at the conference, is now doing it remotely, like we're doing a lot of our therapy. We're having to use new kinds of technology and use our voice in new ways than we had historically. And all of those things make a difference in whether or not a person feels those limitations. And so our study, in addition to kind of trying to get a better definition for what a voice disorder is going to start to help us understand how individuals are using their voice day to day, and also how they are limited within those activities. And so each study is by necessity only one step along a much larger process. But through this work, we gain a better understanding of who is being impacted by voice disorders, so we can better reach those who most need our care, and how and in what situations people's voices are impacted, so that we can shape therapies and accommodations to address their limitation. But to do research, we require not only time, energy, but also support from others. And so I want to take this moment to thank you, the Lions, not only for your role in establishing a clinic where we can provide care and education for our community, but for supporting our research efforts to increase the knowledge of our voice colleagues the world over. Thank you so much for having me here today and for listening to a little bit about what we offer at the Lions Voice Clinic. If you have questions, I am happy to entertain them. I will make sure that my email address is provided to the hosts, and anyone who needs to contact me is welcome to, whether it's a question about this presentation or just a question about voice. So thank you so much for your time and for letting me participate.
All right. Well, thank you to Dan for putting that together for us. Kind of crazy to think about how much disorders in your voice can impact your life on huge, meaningful ways. So really interesting to find out the different research that they're doing to try to help people deal with that. So next we will move on to our International Director guest here today. So International Director Mark Lyon is from Brookfield, Connecticut, and he was elected to serve as the International Director of the Lions Club at the association's 101st convention held in Las Vegas, Nevada on June 29th through the July 3rd of 2018. Director Lyon has worked for corporate legal administration financial services for 36 years. He is currently the board administrator manager at Synchrony Financial. He's been a member of the Brookfield Lions Club since 1996, where he's held several positions and offices within the association, including district governor, Global Leadership Team District Coordinator, Cabinet Secretary, Multiple District Council Chairman, Multiple District GLT Coordinator. In recognition for his service, he has received numerous awards, including the International President's Award, the International President's Leadership Award, and he has been recognized as a Connecticut Knight of the Blind and a Connecticut Ambassador of Sight, in addition to receiving 4 International President's Certificates of Appreciation. He is the recipient of several project and service-related certificates as well. Director Mark is a Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, and he and his wife, Lynn, is also a longtime Lion and a Melvin Jones Fellow. So please join me in a round of applause of welcoming our international director guest for today, International Director Mark Lyon.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody. I'm hoping you can hear me okay. We would much rather, Lyon, Lynn, and I would much rather be with you in person in Rochester this weekend, braving the snow and cold weather, but we would have been there nonetheless. This is indeed a challenging time for all of our Lions, and District Governor Matt asked me to talk a little bit about serving during a pandemic, and we've certainly had a lot of experience of that, maybe far too much than we originally had anticipated. But first, I just again wanted to thank District Governor Matt and of course Lyon Tracy, who I know is not with us today. We certainly missed the opportunity to get to know you two a little bit better. Lyon, Lynn, I love to get together with all the Lions that we have a chance to visit, and we hope that we'll have a further opportunity in the future to come out and visit with you and get to know you all a little bit better as well. So, you remember just about a year ago, a year and a week, Lynn and I were up in 5M9 for their convention, and the world has changed so much since that short period of time. We've also been in 5M6, have been up in 5M13 in Minnesota. So we have had a chance to share a lot of our experiences with the Lions in Minnesota and in your multiple district. And we've certainly faced challenges all the way through, and challenges are nothing new to Lions because, we know even from our formation back in 1917, starting an association such as ours was a big challenge for Melvin Jones. And we had a lot of targets, a lot of challenging targets throughout the years. When we became international in 1920, when we helped to start the United Nations and drafting their charter in 1945, when we started our foundation, and of course when we voted to allow women to join Lionism, which is I think the greatest change and the most important change for our association over time. So dealing with challenges is nothing new for our Lions. I found a quote by Helen Keller, and I wanted to read it to you today, because I think it puts everything in perspective as far as where we are in this pandemic and how we continue to serve and find new ways to serve. And Helen Keller said, "I long to accomplish a great and noble task, but it is my chief duty to accomplish small tasks as if they were great and noble." So what I think about that is I look at the projects that our Lions take on, and you've talked about a lot of different activities. When you were doing your Parade of Green, talk about the organizations and the charities that you continue to support in your area. And also we heard all the business reports and the activities that continue to go on. But it's our clubs that are the ones I think that are suffering. It's our clubs, some of which we know have not met during the pandemic. Our last official trip as international directors was in March of last year. We did sneak in a quick trip to Virginia in November, but other than that, we've been home too. And it's given us a chance to reconnect with our local club, which is about 70 members right now, and dealing with the challenges and opportunities of dealing with life in the COVID environment. And so we need to focus on our individual Lions a lot more these days. We heard it before in District Governor Matt's remarks on the state of the district, how important it is to recognize the individual Lions in our clubs, because they're the ones that we need to make sure are being well taken care of, they're healthy and they're safe, and we know what they're up to so that we can help them come out of this pandemic on the other side in a better way. Our clubs are our lifeblood, and we need to focus on the health and safety of our clubs. And those clubs that are quiet, those clubs that are small, we need to make sure that we continue to reach out to them more importantly than ever before, especially those that are smaller. We don't want those clubs to disappear on us. We don't want to get through this Lions year and realize that we hadn't reached out to them. We hadn't made that personal contact with our Lions to let them know how important they are to their communities. District Governor Matt also talked about the importance of working to find new ways to serve during the pandemic. And I think that's a critical thing to do because our communities still need us in more and greater ways, perhaps. Those opportunities that our towns have relied on in the past may not be there anymore. And we don't have a lot of ways to find out if they're still in existence, if they're receiving resources and assistance from other groups like ours. But we know we're here, and we need to let our communities know that we're here. So again, our clubs are struggling, and we know that, but our numbers are holding consistent. When we look at our numbers overall in Lions Clubs International, we're still right around that $1.4 million number. But I learned last night that we've also established our 50,000th club in Lionism. That's a new record. So Lionism is growing. Even in a global pandemic, people are finding new ways to join. People are finding new ways to serve. And if we can do that in every part of the world, we can certainly do it in 5M1 like we can here in my home state of Connecticut. Helen Keller had another quote, said, "Keep your face to the sunshine and you cannot see the shadow." That positive atmosphere, that positive objective that each of us has to have, that each of us needs to share with our clubs and our Lions is so important these days. We don't know when exactly we will come out of this pandemic. You know, we were hoping last March that this would be a month or two, a little blip on the screen. And we found out that it's much broader than that and still, unfortunately, growing in many parts of the world, certainly in parts of the United States. So we need to keep the effort going. We need to keep in contact with everybody. And we need to recognize a few simple lessons. And part of that has to do with how we deal with our communities and how we tend to reach out with people. Because we have to adapt to the change, right? The change is going to keep happening. And as we stay in this pandemic environment, we need to recognize those changes and be able to move forward. And who thought, 6 or 8 months ago that the words that we use in place are contact tracing and sheltering in place and quarantining. I don't think any of us ever expected that to be the case right now. Certainly not me. But we wanted to make sure that we learn how as Lions to anticipate the change, because we need to reach out and work with our leadership to develop those connections with our clubs. And we need to communicate more. And we even, dare I say, need to go back to some of the older ways of communicating, like picking up the phone. That voice, we saw that video presented earlier by Jim Perry with the character Mark's sitting and being brought some money, and then he went out and bought a meal to share. He just wanted some company. And I think a lot of our Lions that may be sitting in the background, those that go to club meetings but sit in the back row, or don't even go to meetings anymore, they're the ones we need to reach out to by phone. We need to hear a voice, and they need to hear our voice to let them know and give them confidence that we're still here. We're still serving our community in new and different ways. So continue to reach out to those Lions in your community and use the creative technology that we have now through these virtual meeting experiences, if you can, to reach out to some, but make those personal phone calls to those silent Lions that you haven't heard from a while. We need to use social media more. All of our clubs are finding that Facebook is a great tool, but we also knew that some of the other social media channels are a great opportunity for us to share what we do in bigger ways. Something like this that's broadcasting out on Facebook Live has the potential to reach millions of people around the world. You just don't know who's going to click on the link and watch what's going on here in Minnesota right now. I feel like I'm there with you now. But I had an opportunity to do a live presentation, a live interview from India the other day. And it was incredible, to do live Q&A, to talk about what's going on in the world. And I know, Matt, your district governor pin has a guitar image. And as a guitar player, I like that a lot. And they even asked me to play guitar on this live interview the other day. Yeah, unique experiences that we all have during this COVID environment that we may not have had an opportunity to pursue were it not for the situation we're in now. So use those opportunities to reach out. When your club is meeting virtually, you can still invite people in from your community. You can have your local social services director come in and talk about what the needs truly are then and now. You can branch out and circulate the information to a huge, huge audience and attract attention to the club's activities. And a lot of activities we're doing now, we can do virtually. My local club has an annual New Year's Day road race. And we decided this year not to bypass it, not to cancel it. We wanted to keep that annual cycle going. So we did it virtually. And we allowed the running community to run within a 2-week period anywhere they wanted to go and run their 4-mile race and then send us their times. And we would award prizes based on that. And it worked out really well. And we didn't have to have a break in service of what's very typical and traditional in our club. And I know a lot of your clubs are doing the same thing, keeping those events going, even though they may be smaller. You may not be raising enough money for your charities, but you're going to continue to do that because that's who you are. You need to be an agent of change in the community, just like you always have been. And you need to let the public see you. And social media is the best way to do that these days. You also have to celebrate the changes that you're experiencing. Clubs are still growing. Again, the numbers are holding pretty true through the end of the year. And that's an exciting thing for Lions Clubs International to realize. We did expect that there might be a huge drop in membership because people are getting tired. And but we're finding out that that is just not true, that Lions are finding a way to serve their communities in new and different ways. And that's going to continue. And that works with all of you. And it works from Matt and your past leadership team all the way down to your individual club members that you're working to work with. So we're continuing to work with a Kindness Matters theme, and it couldn't come at a better time for our Lions because it really gets personal in the way that it connects us to our communities and connects us to ourselves. And it also works to support our diversity and inclusion service. We need to make sure that we continue to reach out and expand our club membership in diverse ways, to look for those underserved populations in every community that we know are there. We just haven't asked them yet to participate and serve with us to help our communities. So we need to do that. And it begins with all of you as individual Lions to make sure that you're taking responsibility for the reason you joined Lions in the first place, which is to serve. And we need to make sure that that message continues to get across to all the communities that we're in around the world. I've got one more Helen Keller quote for you right now. And this, again, speaks to the importance of all the individual Lions and something I hope you'll share with the individual Lions in your clubs as you continue to meet during the pandemic. And Helen Keller wrote, "I am only one, but still I am one. I cannot do everything, but still I can do something. And because I cannot do everything, I will not refuse to do something that I can do." I think Helen Keller really understood Lions. She may not have really known what she was getting herself into when she was at our 1925 convention and challenged us to be her Knights of the Blind in the crusade against darkness. But I think the way she thought about people was so very connected to the way Lions are now. And I think we need to continue to think about those individual Lions. We're not a very complicated organization. We don't have a lot of layers of leadership. But we have to continue to focus on our clubs and our individual members now, because without them, we won't be here. That proud tradition of over 103 years of service to our communities would go away were it not for the individual Lions. And we talked about a couple people like Casey O'Brien, who has a tremendous story to tell and wants to continue to work with childhood cancer issues and to raise $1 million. And if one of you does not invite him and get him to join your club very soon, then I will be contacting him myself because we can have him join our club virtually very quickly. So make sure you get him into a club. And Jim Perry too, who has a tremendous story to tell with the services that he's providing to our youth, who do grow up to be adults and take those issues with them. And we need to make sure that there are more Jim Perrys out there dealing with the issues that our society is dealing with these days as well. So I congratulate you for bringing those individuals into this convention because it's important to hear what's going on, because that's new to a lot of people. We don't always think in those directions. We don't always think how relevant those are and how apparent, they may be right under our own noses in our own communities. So continue to support those efforts as you have. Yeah, service. It's all about service as Lions. And we're going to continue to do what we do in the best way that we can. And this pandemic will come to an end at some point, and we will be stronger when we come out of it, as long as we stay together. We have a tremendous organization behind us. The team at LCI knows what they're doing. They're there to help us every step of the way. And all of our leadership in Lionism know this to be true. They are there to react to our needs. They're there to answer our questions. Your International Board of Directors is there to answer questions for you. You also just happen to have a pretty strong group of leaders in your state of Minnesota. And the one who I'm thinking of right now, who happens to be our second international vice president, has made this comment many times. He does not want COVID to define Lions. We can't let that happen. In the entire history of Lionism, we have experienced many more challenges than this, and we're going to get through this one too. The other day, I was talking to a district governor here in Connecticut, and he was upset because he didn't want an asterisk placed next to his name on any list to define him as a district governor during the COVID pandemic. And I said, you know what? If there is an asterisk, it's not there to define you in a negative way. It's to define you in a positive manner, because you've been able to lead our organization at your level and in your district and multiple district at such a high level. You've proven yourself to be a tremendous leader through a most amazingly difficult time. So that asterisk, if it ever does appear by your name, and I'm in that same boat too, because I'm serving a third year on our International Board of Directors, which is unprecedented. But it's a welcome opportunity for me because it gives me a chance to continue to meet with Lions such as yourselves and to talk about how important we are to continue that legacy of Lions service in our communities. So don't be an asterisk in a negative way. Be an asterisk for the positive, and let that show your strength and your perseverance through what you've gotten your districts through over the past year or so. So I do want to leave you with one more Helen Keller quote, because I just love this lady, and I think that, again, she knows Lionism so well. Helen Keller wrote, "It is for us to pray, not for tasks equal to our powers, but for powers equal to our tasks, to go forward with a great desire, forever beating at the door of our hearts as we travel toward our distant goal." Helen Keller, again, truly understood what Lions were all about. So what will you bring? What are your passions for Lionism? Where will you take our association in the days and weeks and months ahead? You joined for a reason. I think it was because you wanted to serve your communities. Not all of us get involved in Lionism with an expectation to become a leader, and that's okay. But you joined to serve. And that's what we continue to remember. And we need to continue to be in front of our Lions in our communities and those non-Lions in our communities that need us every day. So don't give up the challenge. Continue to move forward. Listen to your leaders. Get the services and resources you need from Lions Clubs International. Reach out to me and others on our international board to get advice and feedback on how you're doing. And just continue to communicate with your Lions members and continue to grow. So we thank you very much. Lion Lynn and I, again, hope to see you in the future. I hope maybe we'll even see you in Des Moines, Iowa at the USA Canada Forum. We'll be looking for your bus coming down the road downtown. Thank you so much for keeping us involved in your convention. We truly appreciate that. We're humbled by the offer to be with you today. And we wish you continued good luck in all your endeavors going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, International Director Mark. I appreciate it. And we all look forward to continuing to fight the good fight and finding new and exciting ways to serve. So I think in lieu of time and the fact that you had to watch me flub through my thing earlier, I'm going to skip the last 5-minute intermission I had planned for us here, just so that we can get through the awards part of it and bring the convention to a close in a relatively good time for you all. So we'll move on to the awards if that's all right with everybody. So up first, immediate past District Governor Dale Lipke has a Club Excellence Award.
I do, but I don't have it here. Hasn't been received yet. But when I do get it, it'll be easy for me to present because it is for the Byron Lions for last year. So congratulations to the Byron Lions. And as long as I have the floor, can I do the other one that I have?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
This award would have been presented at the multiple convention last late April, early May. But as you know, it was canceled, and so the award was never presented. What I have is I have the MD5M Hall of Fame Award for the 2019-2020 year, and that is presented to past District Governor Lyon Jack Craig. And Jack, if you are having in-person meetings or something like that, let me know. I will come over and present it to you in front of your club. Congratulations.
You're on mute, Jack.
How about now?
You're good.
Okay, thank you. And we will be starting in-person meetings, I believe, at our next meeting. So I'll be more than happy to send you an invitation, and you're always welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jack.
Thank you, immediate past District Governor Dale, and congratulations, past District Governor Jack. Now we will move into our Everyday Club Heroes Award. And I found that this image was quite fitting because as Lions, we need to remember that we all are superheroes to our communities. And, you know, we wear the vest because the cape would just get in the way and keep us from doing what we need to do. So the Adams Club is up first. And for the Adams Club, this line is a strong leader in the club and the community and motivator for the Adams Lions Club. He is dedicated to the principle of we serve by bringing new programs to our club as well as working to maintain our existing programs. He has served in many capacities at our club as well as representing our club at the district, state, and national and international events, holding offices in many of those levels. He is an enthusiastic worker and always willing to lend a helping hand. He was instrumental in rejuvenating our club when we were at a very low point in our existence, and was instrumental in making our club a service to our community. We are very proud to have selected past Council Chair Earl Orvik as our Everyday Club hero. And I got one more picture for you here too. Earl, I stole this one from your Facebook page, but I thought that was an awesome picture in front of the snowman balloon at an international convention parade. So next up, we have the Austin Morning Lions. For the Austin Morning Lions, this line has been an active member of the club for many years. He has been in charge of our $25 club paddle wheel event. And when faced with the situation that this event status was in doubt, he came up with a virtual solution and was able to raise more funds than our traditional on-site event actually had in the past. He organized this virtual event and ensured that they were able to stream the event to all of our ticket buyers. The Austin Morning Lions Club recognizes Mike Biederman as the club's everyday hero. And all of you Everyday Club heroes will be receiving the traditional certificate that goes along with it. We'll find ways to either have me deliver them in person at a club meeting if we haven't had our club meeting yet, or some other way. Next, the Casson Manorville Lions. This lion has been a lion tamer for several years and is very conscientious about his duties. He has 22 years of perfect attendance. Wow. And volunteers regularly for all kinds of Lions projects. He and his wife are regular attendees at zone meetings and the district convention. In addition to his Lions activity, he is also an active community member volunteering in many different capacities. It is with great pleasure that the Casson Manorville Lions Club nominate Everett Paulson for their Everyday Club hero. For the La Crescent Lions Club, our nominee is a past president of our club and has been involved in nearly every meeting and project that we've hosted this year. He led an effort to fundraise for and build an inclusive, accessible playground near our new community center. He also hosted our annual Sportsman's Raffle and innovated a way to make the event virtual this year, and it was a great success. I have known him for many years, and he is one of the truly stand-up guys in our community. We are proud to nominate Ryan Niemeyer for the Everyday Club Hero for the La Crescent Lions Club. This Lion continues to show her dedication as club treasurer and her willingness to lead and help through many projects, and her positive attitude and love for her family, friends, and the Leroy Lions Club. It is with great joy that we nominate Lion Deb Bucknell, our Everyday Club Hero. Yay! Have you heard of Two Men in a Truck? Well, this Lion is Pine Island's version of that, complete with truck and trailer. Be it a citywide garage sale cleanup, Christmas tree pickup, or any other event, he's always willing to help and be there to volunteer his time, his truck, and his trailer. The Pine Island Lions Club proudly presents Lion Tom Bowman as our Everyday Club Hero. This Lion joined the Red Wing Club in November of 1994. Since that time, he has served as on the board of directors and chaired a number of fundraisers. He is currently the chairman for the High School Scholarship Committee and the Awards Committee, and has served as president twice. For the past 10 years, he has been a dedicated club secretary, which makes him an indispensable part of our club's smooth operation. Reliable and knowledgeable, he is a true asset for our club, and his work is very much appreciated. He says he enjoys participation in all club activities because it is always great time to be with fellow Lions and to serve. The Everyday Club Hero for the Red Wing Lions is Lion Todd Otnes. Congratulations, Todd. When asked our members for a reason why this Lion is our Everyday Club Hero, some of the responses included, she acts for the good of the club and is always ready to serve. During our pre-COVID years, she reliably gathered meeting attendants, RSVPs, to collate them for our meal numbers and make sure that the Centerstone event coordinator had everything they needed for our second and fourth Tuesday of the month meetings. It is with great pleasure that the Rochester 76 Club nominates Jan Bailey as our Everyday Club Hero. This Lion is the epitome of an Everyday Club Hero. He is a behind the scenes kind of guy, and for many of our Lions projects. From the Christmas trees to tip nights at the local pizza ranch, to ditch cleanup, to the fall festival, you name it, he's there. If you've ever heard, or if you're ever in need for another volunteer for a project, he's your man. Actually, some of the times you might not even need extra help, and he just shows up to make sure you didn't need extra help. That's the kind of guy he is. And it's for this and for so much more that the Stewartville Morning Lions would like to recognize Leonard Griffith as our Everyday Club Hero. So congratulations to all of the Everyday Club Heroes. Again, I will be making sure that your certificates make it out to you, as well as an additional hearty congratulations. And thank you for everything you're doing. Every one of us is a hero to our club in different ways. It's kind of a shame that we can only recognize one a year. But thank you again for everybody, for everything you're doing. Next, we'll move on to the New Voices recipients for this year. So many of you know that 2 years ago, or kind of almost 3 now, when Gudrun Ingvedottir was our international president, she started the New Voices program about getting more Lions into women, or getting more women into Lionism, and getting them into positions of leadership within their clubs and within the organization. And since then, International President Choi has changed it a little bit into New Voices, more generally into your new to the district level or to the club level at doing certain things. And we cover marketing, leadership, membership, and I can't remember the other one right now, but I'll get to it on the slide. Service. So our recipient this year for the service New Voices is Lion Chris Pluto from the Dodge Center Lions Club. The Dodge Center Lions have, in my opinion, burst onto the scene as incredible ambassadors for what we do. And they are always reaching out to help clubs around them, to help anybody in need. And they've really taken service as a whole to a whole new level. So congratulations, Lion Chris. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all of the work that your club is doing in and around the Dodge Center area and throughout Southeast Minnesota. And just a warning, we will get you as a zone chair one of these days. You can't keep saying no forever. Next, our recognition for our New Voices for membership is Lion Sonia Steer from the Zumbrota Lions Club. In the last 2 years, there's only one person in our district that has sponsored more new members into our association than Lion Sonia. And being that the Zumbrota Club is a relatively new club in the district, seeing Lion Sonia and her club step up and go out of their way to try and get new members into our association is excellent. And it is definitely a new voice when it comes to membership and trying to add to our orchestra for our symphony that we're building here. So congratulations, Lion Sonia. For leadership this year, I would like to recognize Lion Ruth Nierhaugen, and I know Ruth is there. I can see her on the camera. Lion Ruth stepped into the role as club president last year for the first time, I believe, not really understanding what might happen with the pandemic around the corner. And she has so graciously continued to serve in that capacity this year. And it's been just amazing to see all of the things that the Red Wing Lions do and all the things that they share. And she is a huge part of why that club is as successful as they are. They were so awesome when you were one of the few clubs I got to visit in person so far. And it was so great to get down there and meet with you all. Congratulations for your wonderful leadership in that club and for being one of our new voices in leadership in the district. Much deserved award, and we greatly appreciate all you do. Thank you so much, Ruth. And then finally, our new voices for marketing. For this year, I chose Lion John Toder from the Casson Manorville Lions Club. Lion John is one of the key contributors and operators of the club's Facebook site. So as we talk about new ways to market our clubs and get the word out there, if any of you follow the Casson Manorville Lions Club page on your Facebook feed, you don't have a whole lot of days that go by before you get an alert that something new is posted out there, because Lion John is always on top of it and doing a great job of sharing. So I have chosen him this year to be our marketing representative for the New Voices. Congratulations, Lion John. And thank you once again to all of our new voices. All right. So what I chose some of these backgrounds to break it up so you're not looking at the same thing this whole time. And for some reason, this one reminds me of the introduction that the Chicago Bulls used to always do when Michael Jordan was on the team, and the lights would go low and they'd be, now coming to you from. So now we are here to honor, celebrate our immediate past district governor, Dale Lipke. So Lion Dale and I were able to meet previously so that he received his past district governor award and his official thank you from the district for all of the leadership that he's provided over the years. And unfortunately, when I showed up to present Lion Dale with his award, we had a little bit of a problem, and there was a little bit of a confusion because Lion Dale thought we were having a Zoom meeting, and he wasn't dressed appropriately for the presentation of the award. So congratulations, Dale. Thank you for everything you've done. And it's been great. On a personal level, thank you for asking. For many of you know that Lion Dale was my sponsor. He's the one who asked me to join our great association. So I said before that Stan was directly responsible for me being district governor. Well, Dale's directly responsible for me being a Lion in general. So thank you, Dale. I appreciate your friendship and your mentorship and the support that you gave to the district during difficult times last year. You set us up very well to continue to make it through the pandemic. So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Lion Matt. I appreciate it.
All right. So moving right along. So at this time, I'm going to ask our international director, Mark, to help me a little bit with this. We're going to do our presentations of a couple of international President's Certificate of Appreciation, as well as the Presidential Medal and the Presidential Leadership Medal. So first, well, it wasn't supposed to come through right away. My timing is off. So the first one we'd like to recognize for our Certificate of Appreciation is Lion Gene Lundak. So Lion Gene is an exemplary Lion. He continues to serve as our Peace Poster Chair at the district level and is also a club treasurer. He has a past zone chair and twice been club president. Over the years, Gene has volunteered for almost every type of service project imaginable and most likely chaired many of them. He is also always looking for new members to join our pride and has been very successful in the past at recruiting new Lions. He steps up and does whatever is needed, never looking for any recognition for that work. I think it's time that he gets recognized. So I would like to recognize Lion Gene Lundak of the Houston Lions for our Certificate of Appreciation. And
Thank you. Thank you.
all right. And then next, Lion Cheryl Neiman from the Plainview Lions. And if you look, Mark's got your certificate. He's holding them up on camera there. Lion Cheryl has really taken a step forward and is an up-and-coming star in our district. She has driven expansion of both membership and service at her local club level. She attends and participates in zone meetings, region meetings, and recently was involved in a district-wide service project working at a historical home site in Winona County. I have been greatly impressed with her leadership growth and the work that she's doing with the Plainview Lions Club. I feel that she is well-deserved for this recognition. Congratulations, Lion Cheryl. All right, now hopefully my slides work. All right, good. So next we have the International Leadership Award, and Lion Mark, International Director Mark, if you'd like to say a few words about what the International Leadership Award is about.
Thank you, District Governor Matt. As you can see on your screen, it is intended to recognize Lions and Leos who make significant contributions in the area of leadership. This is a very, very important issue for Lions, as you know, because we're always looking for those individuals who take on leadership opportunities that are given to them by the district leadership team, and to encourage Lions to participate in those leadership training opportunities and then put them into action. So the Lions Leadership Award is the third highest recognition in Lions, and District Governor Matt is presenting it to a well-deserving Lion this afternoon.
All right. So without further ado, the award this year come on, fly in, will be presented to our immediate past District Governor Dale Lipke. Immediate past District Governor Dale was instrumental in canvassing and forwarding the West Concord Community Lions Club last year, bringing a club back to a community that had lost one. In my opinion, one of them would be, or none of them would be Lions today if it was not for the work of immediate past District Governor Dale. Dale is an incredibly active member at the district level as well as in his own club. He has served on the cabinet as chair of environment for many years and also club level projects. Finally, Dale has shown exemplary leadership and compassion when the pandemic broke out last year during his year as district governor. So it is with great honor and in humble thanks that I present the International Leadership Award to immediate past District Governor Dale Lipke. And Dale, you can say a few words if you'd like. I know normally when we do this, we don't have an opportunity for that, but the Zoom meeting makes it a little bit easier to do that. So,
Well, first of all, I am very humbled by this. Thank you very much. It's the end of last year was kind of, you know, like a dark thing, like everything stopped. And but again, as Lions, sometimes you have to think on your feet and you have to move on. And we started doing zone meetings via, I think we were using WebEx at the time, and now we switched to Zoom. But yep, it was definitely a change, a challenge, and we persevered, and we will continue to. Thank you.
thank you again, immediate past District Governor Dale.
District Governor Matt, if I can add too, I had a chance to meet with immediate past District Governor Dale last year at the 5M9 convention. We had a great talk, learned a little bit about his programs for the year, and I couldn't be more happy for him myself.
Wonderful. Well, International Director Mark, if you would like to key up the Presidential Award and what this signifies in Lionism.
Thank you, DG Matt. Again, the Presidential Award is the second highest recognition in Lionism. It's designed for those Lions who distinguish themselves through service in a variety of areas to strengthen our association. It's critically important that we recognize these individuals because they are true leaders within our districts and Lions Clubs International.
Wonderful. So this is Lion Dave Hoot, and Lion Dave Hoot is one of the hardest working Lions I have ever met. He is a 3-time president of our club, the Stewartville Morning Lions, chairs numerous committees, and there is no one in 5M1. Remember when I told you before with Sonia that there was one person? No one in 5M1 has sponsored more new Lions in the last 2 years than Lion Dave. He served previously as zone chair, and this year he is back on the cabinet serving for Special Olympics. In the past, when 5M1 had a camp that we helped sponsor, Camp Winnebago in the Caledonia area, Lion Dave served many, many years on the board of governors for that camp, as well as coordinating their putting on the Ritz fundraising activities. No one works harder than I've seen since I've been a Lion than Lion Dave at being a Lion. He is always there to help people. And I know it's a little weird that you give an award to a member of your own club, but I looked at this as Dave absolutely deserves this level of an award. And if it isn't me to recognize him, I don't know if he would get it. So I absolutely wholeheartedly thank you, Dave, for everything you do. I treasure our friendship and your mentorship, and thank you so much. And you can say a couple words if you want, Dave. I see you up there. Or you don't have to either.
I wasn't sure how to unmute it. Thank you, Matt. Matt and I only live about 3 blocks away, so appreciate you. You're going to run that over to me then?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Wow. What an honor.
Congratulations. So originally, we had planned to have some breakout sessions at the end just to have some social time together and to chat with each other. But being that we're 4 minutes over where we wanted to close originally, I'll leave it up. Those of you that have your delegate cards still, do you have them sitting there? Show your delegate cards if you want to have breakout sessions. Otherwise, I'm fine with us convening early or 4 minutes late, but without finishing the last activity we had planned and getting you back to the rest of your day. I've taken up 4 hours of your time. You've been sitting here graciously and patiently experiencing what an online convention can be in new and fantastic ways. And just thank you everybody for all of I know I've said it about 36 times. Thank you for all of the work that you're doing. It really, as difficult of a year as it has been in many ways, it is easy when you have such awesome Lions around you to help. It really is. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your trust in me to serve as district governor this year. And we'll see y'all at the zone meetings here coming up in March. And who knows, we might even be able to have hybrids and at least have like 10, 15 people in the same room maybe by then. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. God bless, and looking forward to serving more in the future.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Great job, Kiki.
Good job,
Thanks, Matt. Great job.
Matt.
Great job, Matt. Thank you.
Take care, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Good job.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
It went well.
Did a wonderful job, Matt.
Thank you.
I agree. Very nice, Matt. Take care.
Bye,
It's Gail.
guys.
Hey, Gail.
Hi, Carrie.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Susan.
Hi, everyone.